4:29.
The longest minute has begun.
4:30 on the
Laura, let me know when we're on the recording.
Start.
These two.
It's 4:30.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting, actually the closed session meeting of the San Clemente City Council for October 7, 2025. It's 4:30 p.m. Before we go into closed session, Madam Clerk, do we have a couple of items, several involving real property? You want to read the information for the public?
Yes, for closed session, item B, conference with real property negotiators. Closed session item B1 is discussion concerning real property transactions in compliance with Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding real property negotiations, potential lease of a portion of APN 690-502-16, Property Reservoir 5 site. City negotiators, Andy Hall, City Manager, and Brian Brower, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating parties, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Under negotiation is price and terms. And closed session item B2, real property negotiations, APN 678-16-01. Property is northwest lot at Vista Hermosa Sports Park, known as the Meadows Fields 7, 8, and 9. City negotiators are Andy Hall, City Manager, and Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Negotiating parties, Rhinos Rugby. Under negotiations, price and terms for potential financial contribution for development and use agreement.
And Madam Clerk, are there any public comments, oral communications?
There are not.
I'll make a motion. We moved into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Before we take that motion, let the record reflect we're all present. All 5 members are here. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. We're in closed session.
coming. Did you say that when it comes up like with an error thing on the iPad, or just ignore it?
On the iPad,
I just canceled it. It said something error. I mean, it looks like it's okay.
if you do do you have the request to speak button?
I do not have, oh, well, it's gray now.
Oh, of course. No surprise there.
I don't think it's an issue.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let us know when we're recording. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll call this meeting to order. It's the regular business meeting of the San Clemente City Council, August 7th, 2025. Call this meeting to order, and we'll begin with an invocation by Reverend Dave Rickett with the San Clemente Presbyterian Church. Come right ahead, sir. Is Dave Rickett here? I don't see him here. Gentlemen, would anyone like to give an invocation this evening?
I wasn't prepared. I'll defer to you, Mayor.
Well, I will give the invocation then. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this town. We thank you for the beauty that you've created here. We thank you for allowing us to live in this beautiful city. We ask for your wisdom this evening. Give us guidance, direct us to do what is pleasing to you and beneficial for our community. Again, we give you thanks for all the blessings that you've given to us, and we ask these things in the name of Jesus, our Lord, our Savior, and our coming King. Amen. Mr. Leffler, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Absolutely. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let the record show that all members are present. The next item is special presentations. We have a presentation of commendation for Chris Murray and Amber Anaya. Anaya, did I pronounce that properly? So if the two of you would come forward, and council members, if you'd join me up front for this presentation, right ahead. We'd like to commend you for some acts of bravery, courage, and appropriate action to help people in our community. So I want to read these commendations. First, let me begin with Chris. Whereas on Thursday, September 18, 2025, Chris Murray responded to a medical emergency of a fellow staff member of the San Clemente High School. And whereas his quick action in assessing the situation and performing CPR truly saved a life. Now therefore I, Steve Knobloch, the mayor of the city of San Clemente, acting on behalf of our city council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend Chris Murray for admirable life-saving actions during an emergency, and by doing so we extend our sincere appreciation for you and your efforts. Thank you very much, Chris. And for Amber, I'd like to say that whereas on Thursday, September 18, 2025, Amber Anaya responded to a medical emergency of a fellow staff member at the San Clemente High School, and whereas her quick action implementing her knowledge and training and the use of AED truly saved a life. Now I, therefore, Steve Knobloch, the mayor of the city of San Clemente, acting on behalf of our city council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend Amber Anaya for admiration and life-saving actions during an emergency, and by doing so, we extend a sincere appreciation to you for all your efforts. Thank you, and God bless. And would you like to say a few? Words?
Sure.
Go ahead. Oh, I apologize. We have a presentation from the fire authority. Come right ahead. And council members, if you join me up front, please.
Good evening. Juan Perez, Battalion Chief for Orange County Fire and a proud San Clemente local. The chain of survival is a critical framework that outlines the essential, time-sensitive steps needed to maximize a person's chances of surviving sudden cardiac arrest. These steps, early recognition and activation of the emergency response, early CPR, rapid defibrillation, advanced life support, integrated post-cardiac arrest care, and recovery must occur in a swift and coordinated sequence. Each link in the chain plays a vital role. Early recognition and calling for help initiates the life-saving process. Immediate CPR keeps blood and oxygen flowing to the brain and organs. Rapid defibrillation can restart the heart, while advanced life support stabilizes the patient and addresses underlying causes. Post-arrest care and recovery ensure the patient receives ongoing treatment and support for long-term health. The strength of this chain lies in the effectiveness of each individual link. If one fails, the entire process is weakened. That's why every step from bystander response to professional medical care must work seamlessly together. Timely, coordinated actions at each stage significantly improves survival rates and long-term outcomes for individuals experiencing cardiac arrest. In short, the chain of survival saves lives, and understanding its importance can empower anyone to make a life or death difference. On September 18th, 2025, Chris Murray and Amber Anaya became the critical link, initiating link to this chain and the life-saving difference. Their rapid recognition, trained assessment, and decisive actions to the sudden cardiac arrest of one of their colleagues set in motion the life-saving process that allowed Orange County Sheriff deputies and OCFA paramedics to continue advanced life support, stabilizing treatment, and transport to an appropriate medical facility. If not for the life-saving efforts of Mr. Murray and Ms. Anaya, the outcome of their colleague may have been fatal. On behalf of the Orange County Fire Authority, I would like to thank and recognize Mr. Murray and Ms. Anaya for their selfless and heroic acts. Job well done.
Are you the flock guys that responded?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Well,
why
come
don't
on,
you step
come
on up here?
too, yeah.
Chief, why don't you join him?
Yeah, Chief was off that day.
Okay. Did you want to make any comments?
At least introduce yourselves for the.
Yeah.
This is the ambulance crew that responded during this emergency.
My name's Ryder Malloy, and this is my partner, Michael Gallardo. We were both on the call for that day, being able to transport our patient throughout that day and be able to be there on scene with OC sheriffs during that time before the truck was able to come. But we're very grateful for the outcome that was able to come from this call and the quick actions that you both were able to make.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say anything? Yeah. Captain Chevalier.
Thank you very much. Chris, Amber, we're hiring, so whenever you guys are ready, we will take you, orangecountysheriff.gov. No, so it's honestly an honor, and I'm humbled to be up here with you guys, because you guys were the first responders that day. You guys are the ones that saved his life. And just so you guys understand the cascading effect that your guys' actions had on his family, his friends, his loved ones, the school, the city, and the county of Orange, it doesn't go unnoticed. So on behalf of me, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, we really appreciate you guys being the true first responders. And again, we are hiring. So let me know when you guys are ready.
Thank you. Let's move forward for, join us for a photograph. Little, yeah.
Yeah, here, I'll please.
Do we need to move left-handed or okay?
That way.
That
would be
way?
great.
Yeah,
Well, I
let's
don't wanna
move to the
I don't
right a
wanna
little bit.
have
There you
to
go.
All right. Nice.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for your response. Great job. Thank you so much. Good job.
I hope Chris and Amber are around if I ever need help. God bless you guys. Thank you. Our next item is a fire mitigation program activities presentation. And do we have a representative to make that presentation from the Fire Authority? Oh, Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. We have a special presentation for you tonight. Is there any chance that you have the other version of this? We made some minor cleanups to the presentation, and I just wanted to make sure that the most up-to-date version is before you.
Are you looking for a different PowerPoint presentation?
I thought the one said 1B. Okay, well, it's all good information, might just be a little bit different than I had anticipated. So we're here tonight to talk about the city's fire mitigation program. Next slide, please. We're going to be going over a few things tonight. With me is Nick Pivaroff, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Community Wildfire Mitigation Team of the Orange County Fire Authority. And he will cover Section 1, talking about the OCFA's pre-fire management activities. Then I will go into the city's 2026 weed abatement program, and then finish it up with some of the other efforts that the city is working on as far as wildfire mitigation projects and funding. Next slide, please. All right, and this is where Nick begins.
Thank you. Good evening, City Mayor and City Council. This is Nick Pivaroff. I'm Assistant Fire Marshal in the Pre-Fire Management Section. The Pre-Fire Management Section was established well over 10 years ago, and our focus is education, prevention, and enforcement. There's two arms of pre-fire management. One of them is our open space resource technician, and what I oversee is the community wildfire mitigation section, which is the education and enforcement. And I really start with education because that's our goal, is to educate and let the residents understand the importance of protecting their investment through vegetation management and home hardening. Next slide, please. Our inspections have increased. 2026, we will have 2,964 inspections in the city of San Clemente alone. And that's in regards to the very high and the MAP adoptions that we all went through. The main focus in those HOAs in those communities is the perimeter of the communities to focus on the vegetation management, fuels reduction, which ties into direct flame and radiant heat into those structures. We do have a violation process. We do not go there. I'm happy to say that all inspections except for one in the city of San Clemente, and the inspector is currently working with that resident to gain compliance. So we did really good in the city of San Clemente. AB 38, which is that real estate disclosure process, we've done 91 of those defensible space inspections in the city for this year. Next slide, please. So the coordination with the HOAs, there's a mixture in the city, both fuel modification, which is an established condition for a community that we inspect. We plan review and then we inspect on an annual basis, but then we also have in the city of San Clemente, which is defensible space inspection, which is state law minimum 100 feet. We went over that 60-day violation notice. We coordinate with the city of San Clemente staff on an annual basis to go over any changes with our process and any process change with the city in regards to code enforcement and weed abatement. Next slide, please. Now, when we get into complaints, any resident of the city or any resident of the county has the opportunity to call this OCFA for complaint-driven inspections. And the focus for community wildfire mitigation is the very high and high, because that's tied to assembly bills and other rules that we have to apply. Anything outside for the moderate and the non-mapped areas, the office out of Station 58, which is Ladera Ranch, which is your local office, will deal with any of those complaints outside of the mapped areas. And again, the enforcement piece, we do have a legal process, we have a due process, it's 60 days. Again, we enforce at the last effort. I think we've had a good track record, especially in San Clemente with education and getting folks to understand the importance of edge management. Next slide, please. The big thing that I'd like to focus on fire-wise, you have two communities in the city of San Clemente. You have Sea Point Estates and Forest Ranch. We need more because that's grassroots effort, education at a community level, neighbors talking to neighbors, which is really important to me. We help those HOAs become fire-wise compliance. There's insurance rates reductions and things like that, which is really important. But again, it's grassroots approach. We help with, to conduct the assessment of the community, looking at the vegetation on the perimeter and the interior slopes and how old the homes are built and what we could do to harden the structures. In California, CAL FIRE has established a 3-year work plan, which gives them guidance on how to plan out their efforts for those 3 years, and then they re-up their FireWise process and hopefully go for another 3 years. Grants are another big thing. I believe you had 5 communities in San Clemente that applied for grants. So that's exciting. That's the first time this year that we've had San Clemente involved, and they're right now at a CAL FIRE level for review, and hopefully we get some awarded down south here. OCFA has a requirement. We are, as you know, a contract county, so we are CAL FIRE in Orange County, and so we have the obligation to administer all those grants. So we work with those HOAs and the grant administrator to work through the grant process. And currently the grant process, it used to be millions, but now it's 950,000 max, which is a lot of work, boots on the ground, a lot of vegetation management reduction, fuels reduction. So we look forward to that. Home hardening, and again, education. Home hardening is I think probably one of the most important things when we're talking about wildfire prevention. Most of the homes, most of the structures that have been lost in the last couple of decades is due to ember intrusion. You know, little things that homeowners could do to harden their structure, prevent those embers from getting into attics and eaves and nooks and crannies is super important. We do free home assessments where an inspector, Nathan Babbitt is your inspector in San Clemente, and he'll come out, talk to the residents one-on-one to establish a good game plan on how to harden structures. We've done 55 of those assessments this year in San Clemente, so that's good. We got to get more though, because it's really a one-on-one conversation on how homeowners can harden their structure. And the overall message for OCFA and the City of San Clemente is the Ready, Set, Go program, which is the prevention tool that we use. With that, next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. And so there's our contact numbers. That area office out of 58 is that 347 number. That would be the complaint-driven situations outside of the mapped area. And that phone number up top, the 6774, is the Ready, Set, Go number, which anybody can call. We'll guide them in the right direction and help them get the answer they need. And then the website right there has all the resources in regards to the Ready, Set, Go program. You can go and sign up for a home assessment. You can sign up for a real estate disclosure inspection, whatever you'd like. Please visit that and help us get the word out on how to prevent these wildfires from getting into communities. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Well, the fire season just started this week, so we got to be prepared. Gentlemen, any questions of the Assistant Fire Marshal or of Adam before we?
Did a thorough job.
I've got a couple more slides that I'll go through rather quickly.
Go right ahead, Adam.
Megan, next, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. On the city side, we do have a weed abatement program. This is an annual program run by Community Development, targets vacant and unoccupied developed properties. And the focus is to reduce wildfire risk. And there's a program that the council is familiar with that comes through at the beginning of each year, and we will be embarking on that sooner than we realize. Next slide, please. The weed abatement program process is shown on this slide. Essentially, council determines that they direct staff to clear lots that are part of this program. Each year, notices are mailed to the affected property owners, and then there's a deadline for the property owners to address those properties. Next slide, please. If they're on the list, one of the nice things about our program is that all of the lots will get addressed. So if the owners do not clear their own lots by the deadline each year, our weed abatement contractor will go onto that property, clear the lots, then we'll bill the property owner. If those bills are not paid, then a lien will get assessed by the county the following year. Next slide. In addition to the private properties, city properties are also a very large part of this program. And that comes up in one of two ways. One is the clearing of approximately 86 city-owned properties that are reservoirs, wells, pumping stations, and the like. But also, every year, as Nick had pointed out in one of his slides, each year, OCFA staff and the city staff, we confer about additional areas of defensible space that can be provided to private properties that are adjacent to city-owned properties, meaning that if a private residence does not have 100 feet of defensible space behind their property because their property line is maybe 80 feet behind their structure, the city will come in and clear out the rest of the 20 feet so that we have that defensible space. Next slides, please. And then for other updates, you know, it's important to note that the OCFA and the city's weed abatement program and that additional defensible space clearing are things that we do on an annual basis, but the city has come to realize that there's a bit more that we can do, especially after the Palisades fire and how destructive these fires can be in today's world. Community development and some of our partner departments and agencies are working on a few other things. Right now, we've gone through a number of grant applications one of which was a CAL FIRE grant that Nick discussed. Another one that was recently submitted was a grant to FEMA for the hazard mitigation program. And that is to establish a citywide wildfire prevention fuel reduction plan. I brought this to the council back in August and indicated that we would be applying for that grant. We have applied for that. It's for $8.5 million. However, we're not going to know for about 18 months whether that's successful or not, and then we wouldn't see the money from that for about another 2 years after that. In the meantime, we've applied for a few other things, one of which is the Fire Risk Reduction Communities List. That is a designated list of cities and counties within the state of California that have demonstrated that their local codes are above the bare minimum for fire protection, and that the city is adequately planning for wildfire prevention. Another grant that we did apply for earlier in the year, back in March, was for the U.S. Department of Forestry's grant related to wildfire prevention planning. And what we had anticipated was using that funding, about $250,000, to develop a community wildfire protection plan. We just got word last week that we were not successful in this grant. There were a number of factors involved. One was that no single jurisdictions, no local jurisdictions, meaning cities, were awarded any grants in the state of California for this round. But all of the jurisdictions nationwide were all also identified as low-income communities. So there might be some difficulty getting some grants as we go in the future, but the city staff is doing everything we can to try to get the funding necessary to pay for these wildfire prevention activities that we deem necessary. City staff is currently finalizing the request for proposals for the extension of the pilot goat grazing project. That should be published within the next week or so. We will get bids based on that, and then that may come back to council depending on the contract amount. But we will keep the residents updated on that progress. And then similar to last year, we're looking, or I should say earlier this year, we're looking at some volunteer opportunities for brush clearance and getting the community involved to assist in those efforts. So that wraps up the presentation. I and Nick are available for any questions.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item before we get questions?
We do
Any
not.
questions of Adam or?
Thank you, Adam.
I have one question on the risk to structures coming from flaming embers that go through the air vents on the roof. Currently, our standard, we've lowered the mesh on the screens to prevent those embers from getting into our attic areas.
That's correct. 1/8 inch is what we recommend.
1/8.
Yes, sir.
And currently, our code was about 1/4, and
I'd say
is our
majority of
code
the
up to
homes are
date,
built.
Adam, on that? Is our code up to date on the screen?
You know, off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with the specific dimension of that section of the code, but I will
Yeah,
definitely look
if
into
you could
that.
maybe report back to us. If it's not already at the recommended 1/8 of an inch, we probably need to look at our code. So if you could look into that and let us know, and if it's not, I'd like to agendize that. But if it is, then that's good, because that's a huge, huge issue.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. Okay, council member reports. Mr. Wu, would you like to start?
Sure, thank you. September 17th, attended a Constitution Day celebration at the Mission San Capistrano presented by San Clemente Island chapter of Daughters of the American Revolution. September 20th, attended a San Clemente Historic Home Tour organized by San Clemente Historic Society. September 26th, attended San Clemente High School's homecoming parade. September 29th to October 1st, attended American Planning Association California Chapter's annual conference. There were about 100 sessions one can choose from. Many of them are very relevant to San Clemente. Their targeted audience is planning professionals, but the contents are easy enough for council members to understand. So I encourage fellow council members to consider it in the future. The subjects of the training session I attended include wildfire mitigation, sea level adaptation, affordable housing, legislative update, public financing, battery energy storage system, living shoreline, and coastal access, etc. Lastly, October 2nd, met with the South Coastal Water District on an update of the desalination plant. Thank you.
Mr. Leffler?
Sure, Madam Clerk, you can put up my slide. I just want to take my time here to recognize one of our city workers, Head of Public Works, Dave Riebensdorf, who's of course not here this week, but I just want to bring up a couple of things. He responded to an emergency street repair that happened this week, and with hours he was out there repairing it. And then last week we lost water service in a lot of San Clemente because of a driver running over or hitting a fire hydrant. It was about 9 o'clock at night. In less than an hour, his guys responded, fixed it, and in less than an hour had water service back on. And I know that's the things that it's what you expect from the city is the nuts and the bolts and the fixing the streets, but our guys just do such a great job of that. Also want to acknowledge our chief of police just was advised that finally, after years and years, we are up to staff levels and deputies in this city. It's been at least 5 years since that's happened. And on top of that, we're usually a city that has a lot of training going on. So we could have, where we're supposed to have 5 or 6 one-man cars, we'll have 2 or 3 two-man cars while they're doing training. We have 1 trainee in the city right now. We're up to full staff, we're running full cars, and we have a list of people that want to transfer into the city, which again has been a while. It's geographically undesirable for a lot of deputies to live here. They live out in the Inland Empire. It takes a lot of dedication to come in here and work here, and they want to work here, and I think that's because of the leadership of our chief. On a sad note, Sergeant Jared Streeter, who has been in San Clemente at least 10 years, has just been a stalwart in this city. Good news and bad news. The good news, he's on the lieutenant's list. The bad news is when he makes lieutenant, we're gonna lose him. And this has just been a great guy in this city. And I hope Chief Chevalier has somebody in mind that can come in. That's going to be some big shoes to fill. On another note, I want to say Carnival Week this week. starting Thursday, the San Clemente Carnival, incredible event. It's going to be on Saturday and Sunday, Saturday from 2 to 10, and on Sunday, 2 to 6. Beer garden, live music, stage, games, lots of mirth and merriment. Come on down, support it. It's also the biggest fundraiser for the Friends of San Clemente Foundation. By the way, they were going to be here to present a check, but they're so busy working on the carnival. But this week they wrote a check for $15,000 to replace the city's sound system. So I'll let you, absolutely. Great organization, strong supporter of the city. And again, come out to the carnival. Let's have some fun. Thank you.
Thank you for the work that you're doing with that group. Great job.
organization?
That's the Friends of San Clemente Beaches and Parks Foundation.
Who leads that organization?
I'm honored to be a member of that organization. Thank you.
Victor, go right ahead.
You want me to go? Okay. Yeah, there's a few things. Happy to attend the RSVP swearing in, pinning ceremony. Rick and I were able to attend that. We have a lot of new members that are, or 2 new members that are friends of the city that have joined in, and we'll be handing you all parking tickets if you overstay your parking. Attended the San Juan Constitution Day ceremony that was mentioned by Mr. Wu. Attended the Salty Turf groundbreaking ceremony. Attended the skate park contest. Great event. The pump track competition, which was also held that same Saturday. Great competition. I got to see the little kids participate. I then went to New York, and I want to mention this. And again, I want to mention this was at no cost to the city. I pay for all this myself. Attended an important conference that's here held annually in New York City, same time as the UN, so we get the opportunity to meet with many presidents from all over the world, hear what's directly from them at this conference about what's happening in their various countries, get to meet with administrative leaders of the government, met with the chair of the FCC, Brendan Case. There's obviously issues that affect San Clemente on a broader topic, and so it's a great conference. You get to meet all these people. That you met the chair of the Import-Export Bank, get to ask about tariffs directly from the source. It's bipartisan. Nancy Pelosi was also there as a participant and the speaker. Met the chair of the Gallup poll, Microsoft on AI policies and the changes that are coming to this world and that will affect San Clemente and the entire world. Met with President, met with Douglas Smith, nuclear company that's doing small nuclear plants and trying to reprocess fuel. Again, the head of TikTok that affects all the head of regulatory affairs for TikTok that affects all our children. They were there. So again, for my own benefit, it's an opportunity to meet with people worldwide, leaders, and get a sense of where all these companies, policymakers from across the world and industry are headed. And it has an impact eventually on San Clemente. Had an OCTA update meeting, met with Bella Colina regarding a project that they're developing, and had a meeting with the Epcot Times. Actually, it was a seminar that they put on political interference from China and the growing concern that the U.S. and the Homeland Security has about those, the infiltration of China into our political system. Had a meeting with the OCFA board. As you may have seen, we have a new heliport that's being developed here in San Clemente. They didn't talk about it, but later on in the next meetings, we'll talk more about it. Attended the San Clemente Homecoming Parade, although I did not sit in the car and drive around, even though they had one for me. I just stood on the streets. Hispanic 100, we had a dinner that Friday with political leaders. I was able to host Congresswoman Young Kim. We probably had about 40 political leaders from all of Orange County, from City Council, Board of Supervisors, able to interact with them, talk about the issues that affect San Clemente. Had a reception for a mentoring program that I'm a participant of. We had about 50 students at a private home. where these are all local Orange County, some San Clemente students. We mentor and have a great program. It's another activity I'm involved in. I was invited by the White House to attend the Religious Liberties Commission meeting on religious freedom this past Monday in Washington, D.C. So I came home from New York, then flew back to Washington to attend this meeting. There's a great threat to religious liberties in this country. Heard from a panel, one, a football coach who was fired for kneeling on the 50-yard line of a football field by himself, got rehired. Another teacher fired for refusing to call girls boys and boys girls, got fired, was rehired when the school district was sued. Another teacher that was fired for having a cross on her desk, allegedly in violation of the school rules. She's been rehired. All these are cases that are being developed by this commission to sort of put together a plan of action for how this country deals with religious liberties and the protections that we should be afforded. Had a songs meeting where the Irvine City Council took up a Plan B for the nuclear fuel storage. They had the idea, the Irvine City Council had the idea of like, how do we develop a Plan B in case we aren't able to move that nuclear fuel expeditiously out of San Clemente. I'm an advocate for moving it as quickly as possible out of San Clemente, but the Irvine City Council is looking at a Plan B to move it somewhere here in California. It was something I don't support, but I wanted to be well aware of that. I got invited to the White House for another event for Hispanic Heritage Month. 2 days, a day before that, the government shut down, so they canceled that. So I didn't go, but it was a great honor, and we're going to reschedule it apparently. And if my dates work, I'll be there. I hosted a dinner with a group I belong to for the ambassador of Mexico. We had about 100 national leaders from across the country. It was again celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, something we don't force this government to do, but we do on our own in order to celebrate the Hispanic culture in America. What else? I had meetings scheduled with Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, the Department of Commerce for that same week. Unfortunately, because the government closed down, they were not permitted to meet with me, although I did talk to the phone by phone with a couple of them about things related to nuclear fuel storage, the tracks here in San Clemente. That's with the Department of Transportation. What else do we have? Next week is Restaurant Week. We should look in your calendars. We have an October 16th community engagement panel where we're going to discuss the canisters, and it's going to be right here in San Clemente, so anybody that's interested in how safe those are, come to that meeting and learn more about the canisters and the protection. That's all I did this past couple of weeks.
Try to keep it under 3 minutes.
Yeah, it'll probably be about 30 seconds.
I tried.
Right, just want to say happy Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. It was over the break while we didn't meet, so just want to say happy holidays to our Jewish friends in the city. Had a Coastal and Bay Cities quarter meeting where we talked about legislation at the state level regarding both housing on the coast, sand nourishment on the coast, different Senate bills and Assembly bills going forward. Had a meeting with the South Coast Water District concerning the Doheny desalination plant that had a very enjoyable time on the homecoming parade. Thank you to San Clemente High School and for all that they do to bring the spirit of this town to create a one town, one team atmosphere. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I attended since our last council meeting, on behalf of the city, the Mosquito Vector Control Board meeting. I presented to a 103-year-old resident at the San Clemente Villas, Jesse McClellan, and attended a conference call with the White House Intergovernmental Affairs regarding the possibility of putting CBH, Customs Border Patrol cameras in city-owned property. I attended a San Clemente finance seminar put on by our finance department, very educational. A number of our citizens attended that as well. Attended the Salty Turf miniature golf groundbreaking as well. And I just want to mention that this coming week, our Cal Cities conference is happening in Long Beach, and I understand, Mr. Enmeyer, you're going to be doing a panel presentation there. Appreciate that. And Victor, you'll be attending that as well.
I'll be
So-
elected to one of the boards.
Right. So that's coming up as well this week. So that ends my comments. The next item on our agenda is oral communications, part 1. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do. I will call the first.
Do we have?
We have just, let's see, just 4.
Okay, go right ahead.
Lois McNichol, followed by Amity Hansen, followed by Amanda Quintanilla. Lois?
I attended a meeting last week that demonstrated what a community and its elected leaders could do when they work together to preserve quality of life in a community. Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano were able to prevent a battery storage plant from being built on the beach. People from San Clemente and Dana Point should have been there because it would have had an immediate impact on their life. This directly ties back to the closure of the beach. 2 things were responsible for the success of San Juan. First, were the sheer number of people willing to attend the meeting and write letters opposing this battery plant. Second, was their determination to prevent this tragedy in the making from happening. You could feel the energy in the room. Elected officials, both former and present, spoke in opposition of this plant. Our beach is being closed for a year. A 1,400-foot seawall is being erected that will destroy the beach. Where's the outrage or even concern? The North Beach Homeowners Association hasn't uttered a peep. Our elected officials agree to this when there is a more environmentally safe and much less expensive method that would restore sand to the beach and protect the railway. The Octa meeting was very telling. Their panel talked about a 30-year plan. When a resident asked about the end game, they responded, well, they won't be there in 30 years. That's recorded. The train must be moved. Ask yourselves why they want to keep the train near such hazards as an explosive gas main, the ocean, and landslides from nearby bluffs. Not sure the engineers and geologists thought that one through. The train doesn't bring revenue to the city. Orange County taxpayers pay 40% of the operating costs. The actual reason they want to keep the train here is because there is a piece of legislation that will allow the state to build affordable housing when mass transit is available without consent from the city. That has already occurred in Northern California, and the latest victim is Pasadena. That city is sounding the alarm. Our city council has not informed us of these important facts. So, San Clemente City Council, you are at a turning point. Either stand up for your city or face the consequences. I am fighting in San Clemente, but everyone who loves small-town beach life must make their voices heard. Today, emails, calls, and even texts are ignored. You must show up in person.
Thank you. Next
Mr. Mayor,
speaker.
I just wanted to point out, I think the city council have sent letters on all those matters, and I know that I have brought that matter up of the building maybe 3 times at 3 different separate city council meetings. So I think the city is aware.
Thank you.
Amity Hansen, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Mike Kay.
Raise this up a little bit.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amity Hansen, and I just want to take a few moments of your time to introduce myself and the organization that I represent. I represent the Marine Corps League South Coast Detachment 022, based here in San Clemente. We've had a change in leadership, so I wanted to introduce myself and to let you know that this organization has been a happy partner in this community since 1974. The Marine Corps League is a nationwide organization, and it was congressionally chartered. Very few veterans organizations are, but it was chartered in 1937. So it's been around quite a while. We are also a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and we also partner with some of the local organizations such as the Elks Lodge number 2068 here in San Clemente, which is where we also meet on the third Tuesday of the month, just like clockwork. And we've created an excellent partnership with the Elks Lodge, hosting some veterans organizations and ceremonies there, such as the Flag Day ceremony, in which we had Marines from Camp Pendleton, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines come and participate in that, but we partnered with them. We've also had service members, approximately 60 service members from a few battalions on base, come out for a Thanksgiving celebration there at the Elks Lodge. So we've developed a great partnership there. Also with the Heritage Foundation for Park Semper Fi for the upcoming Veterans Day ceremony and also for Memorial Day. So again, just a few moments of your time. I know you have much more business to conduct, but I'd also like to leave you with our challenge coin for all 5 of you, and I'll give them to Laura. And thank you very much. Appreciate
Your
it.
service.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Yes, Hanson, Hanson, and I'm a major retired Marine officer.
Oh, well, thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Next speaker, Amanda Quinlan.
Hello. Anyways, it's Quintanilla, but anyways, next slide. I do want to thank Mayor Knobloch for sending an opposition letter regarding the battery farm in San Juan Capistrano through Compass or NG. Also, thank you, Andy Hall, for speaking at the California Energy Commission in May of this year in opposition for a battery farm. I just wanted to do a little recap because I'm seeing some similarities. Hundreds of people fought against the TSA plans for toll roads. Next slide, please. And TSA violations, we felt a lot of those, leaving out Director Ward from negotiations regarding the TSA settlement with the environmental groups, which was a 15-year battle. First and Fourth Amendment violations, posting of personal identifying information of hundreds of people, including children, potential COPPA violations, and that was a 5-year battle. The consent, which could alter, edit, or change our message. Next slide, please. And some of these come through our politics we see some of the allegations for some of our officials, such as Assemblywoman Lori Davies. She did not vote and could not vote regarding any toll roads because she was on the San Joaquin board. There was an allegation regarding a former Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson saying she didn't fight the toll roads as she did. Next slide, please. I wanted to thank everybody who helped in that and all our representatives that helped with that fight. Next slide, please. But some tactics were found in our city as far as publishing, next slide. Publishing personal identifying information on our city's website, and then also that was distributed to the Capistrano Dispatch. Next slide, please. And one of the things that I saw from a social media post, years ago, was a allegation that there was a stream of harassment of council members through public records requests, lawsuits, and the threat of lawsuits, lies, and dirty tricks. However, I think that those posts, there was no harassment doing public records requests, and we see that kind of tactic seen here, and it's on the agenda. Next slide, please. But then there's been articles regarding that, regarding criticism over publishing private information. San Clemente City Council removes written public comments after privacy concerns. And you know, I just want that hopefully those tactics don't go into our politics, and I'm seeing some similarities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mike Kay.
Mr. Mayor, former Mayor Cabral, Mayor Pro Tem, future Mayor Rick Loeffler, Councilmember Wu. I was going to speak on 10D, but I've got to take off while it's light and go feed the goats. So I'm going to just put this in oral communications. This is a little awkward for me. This one's going to be, I'm not looking forward to this. I want to bring to people's attention the actions of Councilmember Wu regarding property the east side of San Clemente. This is land that may be used for baseball fields, maybe even goats, might be open areas, et cetera, et cetera. It's come to my attention there are property developers working together with Councilmember Wu regarding this property. This is not up front. This is not in the open space for debate in our community. This is troubling to me. Councilmember Wu is already being investigated for similar activities. He's currently being investigated. I would like this information public to all of our community. I live in his district, District 4. No one in my district is aware of what's been going on with Councilmember Wu behind closed doors. And this is a serious situation, one that our community needs to finally confront. I'm going to take it deeper here at Oral Communications. When I ran against Zen Wu, emails were sent out to the GOP Endorsement Committee, Central Committee, accusing me of being a Muslim terrorist financer. I don't know where those came from. While I was running, Mr. Wu was spying on my children, underage daughter, on my ex-wife. He broke into my private property. I live 3 gates, locked gates, in the Cottons community, 4 doors down for the Nixon residents. My neighbors all reported that he was knocking on doors trying to find out what was going on. This is interesting behavior. If it was just me, I would say it's an overzealous local elected official trying to find something to smear myself. But there's a long history of Zen Wu's activities, going back to him being kicked off the Planning Commission, activities, arguing with other city council members. He is being investigated, and I would like to ask City Council to bring this into the public sphere and notify all of us. I'd like City Council to investigate what exactly is going on, why he is doing this with these businessmen, what it leads to. And while we're doing that, I would like Zen Wu to be asked if he's ever been contacted by the Communist Party to work as a spy. I'm sure he's not doing that, but I'd like to know if he's ever been contacted. The Communist Party has a large and robust, very serious political campaign to infiltrate local government, city councils in sensitive areas, such as those adjacent to Camp Pendleton. Has he ever been contacted? And if so, has he contacted Homeland Security regarding this? If not, it's pretty hard to believe. Sorry for bringing this up. Sorry for the drama, but it needs to be said.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay. Next item is item 4. I'll entertain a motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Second, all in favor say aye. Aye. The next item is consideration of agendizing any items requiring immediate action. Gentlemen, are there any in your opinion?
Nope.
Hearing none. The next item is closed session report by the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session on item A. There was no reportable action. They met in closed session on item B1. There was direction given and no reportable action. They met in closed session on item B2. There was direction given and no reportable action. And they met in closed session on item C. There was no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Manager, staff communications?
Yes, I would just ask for a motion of the city council at the appropriate time that item 11H on the consent agenda be continued.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on that item?
No.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion now. You want to?
I'll second it.
Okay, that's to table this, or to
11H.
postpone this item. I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, 11, that item is pulled. What was that again? 11?
H.
H, thank you. 11H is pulled. Public hearings, the next item is 8A, public hearing, consideration of a resolution approving the 24-25 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CalPER, for the expenditure of community development block grants. We'll open the public hearing at this time, and let's hear a staff report. Before we do that, how many public speakers request cards do we have, Madam Clerk?
Just one for 8A.
Okay. Adam, go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, members of the City Council. Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. The item before you is a request to consider a resolution approving the 2024-2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, for the expenditure of the Community Development Block Grant Funds. Each year, the city submits an annual action plan in May to the City Council for review and approval, and then submits that to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. And the CAPER is the follow-up for that annual action plan, which explains the expenditures that have occurred over that period of time. During the 2024-25 reporting period, the city was awarded $317,551 in CDBG funds. In addition, there were $134,471 in prior year uncommitted funds, which were also available during this last year. The staff report covers the fiscal year 24-25 accomplishments, covering the four main tenets of that program, which are the home rehabilitation program, which covers grants and loans made to low-income residents to improve their residences. We also have a few city public facility projects. Over the last year, we had continued working on the Maxburg Park fountain water, the Maxburg Park water fountains restoration. We also began the Bonito Canyon Park playground improvements. The community center restrooms and ADA improvements was another project. And then we also have a business signs and facade improvements program that's available. However, we did not have any applications this year. The third portion of this program is for public service grant recipients. We have 6 programs that received these funds, and for fiscal year 24-25, service providers using these grants assisted 3,821 San Clemente residents. And then the final portion is for the Community Development Block Grant Administration and Planning section, which is to cover administrative staff time necessary to carry out the program. So that concludes my presentation. Staff's recommendation is to approve and adopt the fiscal year 24-25 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the Community Development Director?
Yeah,
Mr. Enmeyer, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is for this year, correct? And just continuing out, we're about halfway through this year on halfway through the expenditures of this time.
No, so this CAPER covers the time period from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
So it's all done.
Yes. Earlier this year in May, we had a new consolidated plan that will cover the next 5 years. This is reporting the last year of the last consolidated plan, which was approved in 2020.
Great. Is there any concern that we may not have some of these funds in the future?
Yes.
And why is it that that is a concern and why we might not have some of those funds?
We're not sure what the future funding for CDBG will be from the federal government.
Yeah, so basically it's because of the federal budgets that are happening and the cuts that are happening, this program might be on the cutting block?
Potentially. But there have been changes in CDBG over the years, and we won't know until we get a final allocation for future years. One thing I will say is that we do have a consolidated plan that was approved this year that will cover us through 2029. And so even if there are a couple years where there's less funding or no funding in the future, our plan would still be in effect should that funding come back in future years.
But there's a high probability, and I'm putting you on the spot here, I know you don't have the answer to this, but there is a high probability that a lot of these funds might be taken away and some of these programs may need to be reduced in nature.
There's some probability, but staff does not have an estimate on what the probability is at this time.
Mr. Cabral, I hope all your contacts in DC, you would be able to bring this to them, of how we're worried about how some of these programs might be cut in those funding negotiations.
Mr. Cabral, did you have questions of staff?
No, I don't have any question. I think we've all been
Rick,
briefed
go
on
right
this.
Yeah, specifically on the Maxburg water fountain restoration. So the grant was for 225, we spent, I don't know, 23. So do we have that money somewhere to continue this restoration?
We do. We have a spending plan established for all of these programs. That program just has taken a while because using federal funds through these types of improvement projects requires a higher level of environmental review, and that's through the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. And it just took some time to get that accomplished, but that project is funded and
It's
will
on
move
track.
forward. It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wu, do you have any questions of staff?
I have no question. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, we have to hear from the public first. Who's our public?
Amanda Quintanilla?
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, let's hear from Amanda.
Make this quick. And I'm glad I have spoken about this previously, and I'm all supportive of this restoration of the 4 fountains at Maxburg Plaza Park. And it's my understanding that city staff, Mr. Carrillo, forwarded an email to the St. Clemente Historical Society regarding for any pictures of the fountains, and I was glad to supply a picture back in 1928 of a fountain which shows the water level of the fountain, and so I'm really glad and supportive of this. I hope it's, some good news. Thank you.
Thank you. No other public speakers. I'll close the public hearing then and entertain a motion if
I
there's one.
move that item.
I'll second.
A motion is made by Mr. Cabral, seconded by Mr. Enmeyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next public hearing is item 8B, consideration of Resolution 25-147, adopting a revised fee schedule for electric vehicle charging stations and appealing Resolution 19-30. Brian, you have a presentation on this?
Yeah, I have a
Well, let's open the public hearing. It's now opened, and Brian, go right ahead.
To provide a brief summary, the item before you is to increase our cost recovery fees for the vehicle charging stations outside the building here at 910 Negocio. When the equipment was first installed in 2019, the prices were set at 20 cents per kilowatt hour, and at the time, the installation was subsidized by some grant funding. With some analysis recently by our finance team, we've determined that for full cost recovery on the system, which includes the ongoing maintenance of the system, as well as energy costs, those rates would need to be raised to 49 cents per kilowatt hour.
And that covers the cost.
And that would be for full cost recovery, yes.
Anything else, Brian?
No.
Any questions of staff?
I just want to make sure that the 49 cents is for recovery. There's no profit in it for the city.
There's no profit in it for the city.
All right, that's.
Any other questions of
Yeah,
staff?
just a couple. And disclosure, I do use the charger every now and then, usually charge at home.
And you're not alone.
Yeah, but I just want to let everybody, but I do have a couple, and mostly these questions came from public, emailed me and asked me questions. So at 20 cents, what they've been charging, do we have any idea how much the city has lost in the last couple of years?
The calculation was done for the recent fiscal year, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $58,000.
Okay. And energy charge, I noticed on the report, is you're going to charge the same for both level 2 and level 3 charging? It's going to be the same rate of 49 cents or whatever it is?
That's correct.
And does it cost the same for both of those?
It does. The energy, for all 4 chargers, really there's 3 chargers, one of them's a dual, but they all come off the same meter, so yes.
Okay, and then so also, I guess the outlets where charge point is used, I guess their rate is 45 cents per kilowatt hour, so this is going to be 4 cents more. And so the question was, again, similar to Victor's, I assume that up at the outlets, they probably do this for profit, and we're here just using it to utilize. Is any of this figure that you use to make up for that 58,000 that we lost in the past?
It is not.
Okay, and plus you're charging per hour to park there also.
Only for time in excess of the required charge time. I believe it's an effort to not have people kind of linger in the parking stalls and block off when they're not charging.
And so whatever amount that we cover, does this go into a separate account or into the general fund, the money that we collect?
It goes into a specific line item within the general fund.
And at the end of the year, if there's a surplus, what will happen to that money?
It would remain in the general fund.
It go back into the general fund, so there wouldn't be like a refund to users or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I want to just categorize your comment about loss. I don't think the city lost anything. We charged a fee for that use. We just weren't charging enough. And it wasn't, it was for the entire community. So it was available to all the citizens of San Clemente. So
Yeah, but
I wouldn't call it a loss. I would call it a
service?
A service that we weren't getting.
A subsidy, okay.
Which the problem is we're now solving that problem by charging what it's costing us.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Once we hear public comments, I do want to, I am going to offer an amendment. What I'd like to see is that we adjust the rate annually, and instead of coming back to the city council every year to adjust it, it could be lower next year, it could be higher next year, we don't know.
The actual cost.
Okay,
well, let's consider that when the time comes. Let's hear from the public now. Do we have public any other comments of staff or questions? Okay, let's hear from the public.
Roy Howland, followed by David Hadoff.
And were those the only two, or were there more?
That's only 2.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Roy Howland, and I live near the Pier Bowl area, and I'm in a location where there's a lot of apartments, and I don't have access to public charging where I live, so I have to go somewhere. And my preferred place has been here for 2 reasons. One, because the price has been too low, and the other is I prefer to level 2 charge. Not everybody likes the level 2 charge, but I'm one of those. But I greatly appreciate the opportunity to have charging here at City Hall. Not every city offers EV charging, but some cities do subsidize EV charging for their towns, trying to improve the air quality in the town. So that was what I wanted to say about that. But I just found out why the cost went to 49 cents. I wasn't sure how that happened. But I wondered if it might happen that people don't charge here at all because other communities are charging less. I know Laguna Beach and Laguna Hills is like 30 cents, 35 cents. So it could idle these chargers. Second comment I had is because I live in the Pier Bowl area, I have to drive all the way here to charge. And I wondered if there's ever an opportunity in the future to expand charging. Maybe they could consider something west of I-5, near where this concentration of apartments is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
David Hadoff.
It was an excellent presentation, probably answered most of my questions. I wanted to know what the true cost per kilowatt hour is to the city for electricity. I presume it's less than what we as homeowners pay. And the other point is, using economic theory, if at 20 cents, if that's under the costs, then taxpayers are subsidizing us who use electric vehicles. And at 49 cents, if that's over the cost and the city's making a profit, then we who use the chargers would be subsidizing the taxpayers of the city. So a fine point has to be reached. But thank you for that thorough presentation. I may get gavelled down. I've never been to a city council meeting before. I was a bit shocked that there's an invocation. I just wonder if that goes against the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution in the Bill of Rights, that there is no establishment of religion. It's just something for all five of you to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments? Okay, then we will close the public hearing and ready for a motion if there are any.
I want to make the motion that we approve the staff recommendations with the following amendment, that this item not return to the city council for 5 years, and that in the interim, and so the 5-year period, it comes back for a review, but in the interim, for over the next 5 year, we adjust the fees annually to reflect the actual cost of electricity calculated using the same formula that we've used to assess the actual cost.
Hold on, comment by the city attorney?
This is a fee-setting hearing, so you can only set fees that have been noticed. It's
Okay.
problematic to set fees in future years that don't reflect what was noticed. So my recommendation would be maybe to direct staff to come back in year 2 with a multi-year proposal.
That'd be fine, too.
Okay, you're going to amend your motion to?
I'm going to amend my motion to say that we come back next
Back
year.
next year with a 5-year program.
5-year program. that-
Adjusting to the actual cost of the service.
Yeah, so we don't have to come back every year and take a look at the fees.
Okay, that's your motion. That's to approve a resolution, what's the number, 25-146 with that amendment?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item is item 8C, public hearing regarding Resolution 25-148, adopting a policy and procedure entitled Competitive Youth Aquatic Partnership Policy, fees set forth therein, and consideration of a Resolution 45-149, amending Resolution number 23-72 and modifying applicable discounts within an annual player fee to the Beaches and Parks Recreation fee schedule. Who's going, Samantha, you're going to do a presentation on this? Before you begin, let's open the public hearing. And do we have any public comments on this, by the way?
We do not.
Okay, Samantha, go right ahead, our Director of
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. Before you tonight is a consideration of adopting a new policy, as well as amending and revising the existing resolution that establishes our fee schedule for the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department. I will be brief because the contents are in the report. If you can go to the next slide, Megan. Partnership policy overview. This is essentially what we're looking at as it relates to residency and discounts. Council should be familiar that our partnership policy has gone on for a very long time, and it allows San Clemente-based nonprofits to provide services that the city could not otherwise do themselves. In the case of Aquatics, that includes the Aquatic Center, San Clemente Aquatics team, as well as the San Clemente Water Polo Club. And in reciprocal nature of this partnership, they are allowed to use our facilities at a discounted rate while they manage and maintain these leagues, if you will. Our current policy establishes two tiers. First tier is the senior and the junior. And you can see in corresponding residency rate requirements and the discounts that go with that. As a derivative of previous conversations, this council has seen partnership agreements come through at least a couple times in the last 2 years. And we've found that the residency rate is becoming difficult for these organizations to meet, which is why the Parks and Recreation Commission has made a recommendation to council to lower that tier 1, which would have formerly been the senior rate, down to 88% residency, maintaining the same discount, establishing a second tier at 85% residency, and then a third tier at 70% residency. There's also part of the fee schedule an additional $5 per player fee that would be assessed annually to each of the organizations based on the rosters that are submitted. Everything else in the policy will help direct staff in managing these leagues and how they are allocated space, what the expectations are to continue to be a partner, and so on and so forth. And I think there's one more slide. In total, the annual subsidy is $167,000 or $800, and that's based on our existing usage of just these two groups. And that's a rough estimate. Changing the policy this evening or establishing an alternate tier is not going to impact our current revenue. It would be if we had additional groups come in that we would be providing another subsidy. And then, of course, the player fee is going to generate a little bit more revenue for us. And both of our tier 1 partners stay the same at that same discounted rate. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
I have one quick question. On the requirement of having local residents, if that condition's not met, this policy doesn't include a penalty for recouping those discounts if it's discovered after the fact that the residency requirement's not being met. That's policy 5.8.1 on page 16. Is that something that you've considered, sort of recouping that discount if it's discovered that residency requirements have not in fact been met? Have you considered that?
Yes, and we do it currently. So if we find that they're using a lane without prior permission, or if for some reason they have fallen out of their partnership tier, what it defaults to is the San Clemente-based nonprofit rate. So they're still going to get a discount. They're just not going to get that deeper partnership discount.
And do they? Is there any recoupment of the discount that they've been given?
It would depend on when we've never had this, fortunately, but it would depend on when it was discovered that they've fallen below the residency, and then it would be on a go-forward basis until they can prove that they've come back up to their residency requirements.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Other questions?
No, I was just going to mention that I know I've been briefed by her thoroughly, and Andy's briefed all of us individually too. I think all of us have been, had the opportunity to ask all the questions we've had, and if nobody else has a question, I'd like to move the item.
Well, any other questions? Mr. Wu, go
I
ahead.
do. Samantha, can you move back to the previous page?
Yes.
So can you explain to us or in the public why we have tier 1 and tier 2 when those numbers are so close to each other?
So originally, the tier 1 was set at 90%, and the tier 2 was added in, similar to our youth sports field groups. That is established at 90 and 85 percentages. The BPR Commission, during their discussion, opted to lower the tier 1 down to 88%. They chose to do nothing with the other two tiers. So there was a greater distance between those two tiers originally. It was adding in this tier 2 and then lowering the tier 1 that
Okay,
threw that off.
so, but if we simply combine these two tiers, just make it 85% of residency requirement with a 55% discount, what is the effect to the city and to the groups?
That's a little bit of a hypothetical question that could come up. I want to remind, and I've said this to a lot of our user groups too, and the commission as well, and for the council, getting a deep discount as they do is really intended to be a privilege for San Clemente residents. That's why it is such a high threshold to meet. And it may sound like it's a very high number, but when they have 320 kids, we want to make sure a majority of those are San Clemente residents. Otherwise, we're giving away a greater discount to our non-residents. This also, keeping it farther apart, incentivizes our clubs and our nonprofits to continue to focus on their recruitment within the city and not look elsewhere. And I know it's very easy for our groups to look to our neighboring cities who don't have aquatic facilities, but it should encourage them to further incentivize residents to join the club by providing their residents deeper discounts even to join their teams.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
There's been a motion and a second.
Refresh my,
Move the,
well, we need to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing.
Public hearing is closed, and we have a motion.
to move
Just
the
to approve
item,
the recommended.
yeah. Move the recommendations, yes.
A question, would you consider a friendly amendment to have staff include a sort of a clawback provision for applications that didn't meet the residency requirements? They get the benefit of it, and it's discovered that they don't have those residents, that they're not entitled to the discount if they're not servicing our constituents?
I think, I mean, based on my conversations, I don't think I favor that, only because the numbers of, it could be like you start with a soccer team and you got, I'm just using a hypothetical, and you got 20 people on a team or in an organization, and you lose let's say one team moves out, all of a sudden your numbers drop. And I don't think anybody, as I understand it, is actually purposefully trying to defraud the system.
No, I appreciate that. My concern isn't with memberships that fluctuate and change in due course over time. I'm talking about sort of an intentional, let's sign up Joey. Joey doesn't live here, but we'll say he does, and we're 5 members short to get our 60% discount. We'll throw a few more in there, and it's discovered that they simply were not residents, not based on normal attrition, normal modification, but if it's discovered that there's been cheating in the system, that they simply aren't entitled to the discount, they have to refund the discount if it's based on what the numbers actually
Can I ask a question? So do you review any of the membership numbers during a season, or is it just beginning of the season?
Part of this policy is to establish an auditing system. So they would be submitting
So with an auditing
rosters.
system, that would become evident if the
Yes.
discount is
Yes.
being breached.
And
That's correct.
that's, the $5 is the auditing system that we're establishing that gives us greater security to make sure people are San Clemente
With the
residents.
auditing system, I'm fine for it as written. It seems like
I think we should,
they're
I
going to
mean.
police it, it sounds like.
I think you have a great idea. I just think maybe we try this for a year and see if it, I mean, we'll know if people are abusing the system.
Mayor, I see your point, and if a group is just short of a threshold for residency, it's entirely possible they just recruit a few extra people, and they just don't show up. So, but this is very difficult to enforce, and since it hasn't been an issue, I intend to just leave it as is. If it becomes a problem, then we can start tightening up next year, maybe.
Okay, well, I guess in this auditing system, you'll know pretty quick how the residency requirements are really being met.
Yes.
And if not, I will hope you'd notify, the city manager will notify us that we have an issue in that area that needs to be addressed.
And
Okay,
yes.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is item 8D, public hearing considering Resolution 25-150 establishing fees for play upon San Clemente Municipal Golf Course, repealing and replacing Resolution 23-02. And we will open the public hearing, and let's have a staff report on that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. I am here in front of you this evening to review modifications to our green fees at the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course. You'll see in the contents of the staff report that this was reviewed by the Golf Course Committee. There was a subcommittee that was established of that committee, and they reviewed a number of local courses that were comparable to our municipal course. And out of an effort of trying to make sure we're within market range, also understanding that we've got to meet the needs of recent increases in our own expenses, you'll see that proposed increases are included in this resolution. If you can go to the next slide, Megan. Our last increase was in 2023, when it was generally about a 10% increase across the board. I want to remind our members of the public and our council that the golf course operates as a enterprise fund. Everything that we bring into the golf course goes back to the golf course. I know from my conversations that that's been a widely misunderstood concept. So I want to make sure that's really clear, that these rate increases go back to the golf course and those improvements in the staffing. There's a number of issues we're looking at and raising our rates, and that includes the rising labor costs. Our utility costs have gone up, supplies and equipment. As you see increases at the pump for your own car, we're seeing fuel increases for our equipment and our tools out on the course. These proposed adjustments support a self-sustaining system for the time being where we're at, and they project a $406,000 annual revenue increase. That's not to say, though, that we won't be coming back again in the very near future to look at rates again. If you can go to the next slide, Megan, thank you. This is a summary overview of what the proposed adjustments are. So non-resident rates, which is considered our standard rate, would be increased by 18%. The resident cardholder rates would go up by 10%. The resident membership card, which is the fee it takes to become a resident member, if you will, would go up $10 to $70. The private cart license, so that's the license fee in order to use your personal golf cart on the municipal course, would be increased by 10% as well. Junior rates is proposed to make no change. This is an important feature of our municipal golf course. It's for the health of the industry and the course. We want to make sure juniors continue to play for this long-term viability and sustainability of the course. The tournaments, there's an additional deposit that will be required, as well as an $18 per hour marshal support. We found that's justified by tournaments can be pretty heavy use on our course, and we've seen a lot of trash that's come out. We've seen damage to the greens, and this is our effort to recoup some of those costs. So if we have to send maintenance out for repairs, we want to recover that cost, as well as requiring additional support for marshals if it's maybe a larger tournament. And then the other proposed change is to change Fridays, which are currently viewed as weekday rates. The proposal is to take Fridays to weekend rates for non-residents only. So it would remain weekday rates for residents and change for our non-residents. Next slide, please. This is maybe hard to see, but it is also in your staff report. This is the matrix that kind of outlines what those dollar figures look like in terms of the percentages. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. It's a lot of information.
Can we hear from the public first?
Is there public comments on this? There are none.
Okay.
Let's, since we don't have any public comments, we've heard from staff. Questions of staff before we
I've
close the
just got
public hearing?
one.
I don't have any of staff.
Go right ahead.
And this isn't directly associated, but is the landscaping personnel that works on the course, are they covered under the city employee contract, or is this a separate thing?
So that's a big question. So the folks you see riding around on all of the lawn mowing equipment, the tractors, all of that, those are city employees. There's a staff of 10 full-time employees. Some of the smaller maintenance projects, landscaping around the clubhouse, are done by contract.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question, but the salary of some of those people who have been here 10, 15 years, are they minimum wage salaries?
They're right at minimum wage,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Question, I don't know the answer to this, but if memory serves me right, years ago, this enterprise fund loaned money to another city department. Do we have any outstanding loans from this enterprise fund to any of our other departments? And what's the status on that, if you happen to know?
Yes, I do, and it's actually the exact opposite. general fund loaned money to the Gulf Fund, and we have repaid that loan in full. We paid about $1.2 million back to the general fund.
Standing loans when we're
No
there?
outstanding loans at this time.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes.
My only comment on this, before we close the public hearing, is it seems to me that the non-resident fee is still incredibly low. It's not market rate, and I'd like
It's
to.
below market rate.
Well below market.
Well below.
I'd like to ask maybe, and also, I understand when this proposal came in as our representative on the golf course committee, I don't know that you were even aware of their recommendation before it happened.
Well, actually, they said an emergency meeting that I was not notified of and didn't attend. But I had gone to previous meetings.
I'm just concerned that you hadn't been involved in the process.
Well, I have been involved, and I do.
This recommendation specifically.
I think the recommendation, this is how I see it, just so you know. If you look at the fees, I mean, we have all the San Clemente municipal fees. First of all, I'll say, for our residents, I'm happy with the fee structure that's being proposed. It's a non-resident. They're paying, I mean, you take a look at the high, and this is not a comparable course. If you've ever played Torrey Pines at $300, it's a premier course. It's not comparable to San Clemente. But they get $300 for it, $306 on weekend. We are the least expensive golf course for non-residents. It's below market value. If you look at our competitors, really, our competitors are really like Shore Cliffs, which charges $95. So we're 95 versus 53 is rather significant. And I think playing our course is a lot better. It's a better course. I mean, this is my personal judgment. Shore Cliffs is a great course, but I prefer to play the Muni course. The other competitive courses here, San Juan Hills, $140 for a round. Talega, $158. And Ben Brown's, $110 for 9 holes. So this is a great deal. And two things I want to mention is, one is, how many rounds of golf are we getting? Maybe 9,000? Is that the, no, how many rounds?
114,000.
114,000 a year, which is overused. So we could probably use the few less rounds, and maybe we'll have a few less rounds if we increase the price, but not for our residents, for the non-residents that come here and play. And I could tell you, as a golfer, I go out and play golf at other golf. I'll pay $200. I'll pay $300 sometimes. And I think the people here, that come and play a great course, this is a great value. We're not overcharging them. And so if you're thinking that, we charge a little bit more,
I think that's my recommendation, and I think also we're increasing the local residents, and I'm thinking if we have a large enough non-resident increase, we could even maybe give our local residents a break and potentially not even increase their rate.
Yeah,
I'd like to look at that.
Well, I think the biggest thing too is if we raise the non-resident rate and some non-residents don't play, it's going to allow some access for our residents to play. It's hard enough to get a tee time. And full disclosure, again, I'm not a golfer. I don't know how you waste 5 hours walking around in the grass. But that being said, apparently it's very popular because everybody wants to do it. But I wouldn't be in favor of this fee schedule. I like the small increase for residents. I've talked to numerous. Nobody seems to have a problem with that. They're happy. But the non-resident, I'd like to get that up higher so we can get some revenue for the course, better golf courts, make improvements that we're not able to make now. We can make a beautiful golf course even better for a very small increase in rates.
And in addition to the non-resident fee increase, there's also a potential for a fee for being able to book, because booking computer-wise is extremely difficult, and to make sure people can actually golf with their family members that are maybe coming in from out of town, and they want to book a time where they can actually play. In addition to the non-resident fee, maybe another fee for being able to book in advance.
I'd support that.
Of the computer, hitting that button at 6 a.m. or whenever the exact time is, that allow people, our residents, to be able to book some time.
Would that booking fee only be available to residents?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I
Is
think
is that a possibility to do?
we can do anything. We can limit it.
Well, yeah, just asking, yeah.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about that, but it makes sense, because we don't want non-residents to be able to book the time.
Exactly.
and-
I don't want the non-residents to be able to book 8 weeks out
Exactly.
for an extra.
So I'd like
yeah.
that to be considered as well.
I think it's a great idea. I did talk to Samantha about that, where the residents pay a premium. It's almost like a fast lane.
Fast track.
So that you could get a tea time, you have family coming in, are you talking to us?
Okay, well, I think since we've had the presentation and we've asked staff questions, I guess I'm going to close the public hearing. And
I have one other thing that I think is important, is that we have people work for the city that make minimum wage, that worked here for the city for years. And I think to compensate them fairly, they're mostly the maintenance workers that are making barely minimum wage at the golf course, have been here for decades. I think it's something, if we raise these rates a few dollars, I don't think there's any problem. When it rises, we'll have more funds in our pot to fairly compensate those.
include that.
I'm not going to include it in that, but that's part of my rationale. Yeah.
Well, I think that labor cost issue that is a city manager's decision, so I wouldn't get into that. I'm on the same page that I'd like to see the non-residents to pay close to or at market rate, and then keep the benefits for residents. I totally support that.
Okay, so we're going to basically postpone this matter, continue it, and allow the city manager to come back with some numbers on market rate for the non-residents, with the
And-
fast track.
and the
for,
fast track,
for
yeah.
future scheduling.
Yes.
And is that motion clear, Madam Clerk? Yes. Okay, is that your motion, Victor?
That's my motion,
I'll
yeah.
second that motion. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is unfinished business. Next item is 10A, consideration of making public record request statistics available on the city website, item 10A. Do we have a staff report on this? No, we,
Yes, we
Actually-
do. This item was brought forth by council requesting just an overview of our public records process and considering making the information available on our city website. Staff pulled some numbers, and our average for public records request, our annual average is about 1,200 to 1,500 per year. As of the writing of this report, or as of September 30th, we had 1,153 records requests just this year. The records requests vary from requests for code compliance information, geology reports, plans, public works information, to the more, I'll say, time-consuming reports, which are email searches, searches of personal devices. Those types of requests can produce literally thousands of documents when you're doing email searches. And each one of those documents needs to be reviewed to determine whether or not they're responsive, and then, of course, to redact personal information. So a couple options here for council to consider are, we can put a public portal, or our public records portal online where the public could search past records requests. Say they could put in the term pickleball, and all past reports would pop up for, public records requests for, say, pickleball would come up, and it would provide any information that we've already produced to the public. Another thing that we could do is do a monthly summary of the records request. That includes the number, the PRA number, and the actual request, so that members of the public could then go in and search by records request and pull up the responsive documents. So a couple options for City Council to consider tonight is, do we want to put that public records portal on the city website where members of the public could again search by keywords? or do a summary of the monthly reports, or a combination of both. So you could look at, again, the number of the public records request, the type of request, and then pull up the documents responsive to that particular request.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any questions of the city clerk before we consider public comments, if there are any? Are there any?
We have one public comment, yes.
Any questions of the city clerk? If not, let's hear from the public.
Amanda Quintanilla?
I reviewed this agenda item, and as far as the staff report, 90% is non-political, and that has to do with property, reports, designs, that type of situation for the month of August. 86% were September. So, out of 117 in August, there was only 11 that had anything to do with emails from city council members or city staff or anything. For the month of September, 22 out of 159, so that's 13.83. So next slide, please. You all took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the California Constitution, making sure that we have the right to privacy and safety. Next slide, please. And the City of San Diego does not publish on its portal any of the names of the requesters. And that's one of the main concerns that I have when looking at this. Next slide, please. The City of Long Beach also does this, but does not post the names of the people who submit records requests. And I actually did talk to staff about that, their staff in City of Long Beach, and they're very particular regarding not to do anything that's going to hurt the residents. Next slide, please. This is a letter from District Attorney Todd Spitzer, because we've had problems with unredacted information on the city's webpage, and it's been a problem before. Next slide, please. This was a request from a senior deputy district attorney and two other deputy district attorneys for the city of San Clemente to redact personal identifying information, and that was sent to Eric Sund and the city attorney, Scott Smith. Next slide, please. Then this is another email where only two district attorneys were on the email asking to redact all of the people, not just 5 out of the 21 people that were doxxed. Next slide, please. There's a concern regarding privacy of anonymous FPPC complaints that threatened as supposed metadata was alleged to show personal identifying information, and that was from an article bringing the head of Dan Bain. Next slide. So there's a concern, even if there's a person that you can do an anonymous public records request, there's still problems with anonymity. As a consequence, I reached out to the FPPC, and they found no metadata that Councilmember Dan Bain claimed. There was nothing in there, and so they put that up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public speakers? Okay, questions of staff or discussion on this matter?
I have discussion, yeah. There's a bit of irony. It's one of the people that, Amanda Quinn, whoever that is, I don't know who that is, but they seem to be asking for, here, I'll give you one example. I didn't even know this was happening. But to ask for privacy is a bit ironic when they go and ask for copies of every email or the emails that I've sent as a city councilman, which they're entitled to, and I think they should be entitled to, and I don't have any problem giving them every email that I sent. It's well within their rights, but I do notice that the issues that they address in city council meetings are the same issues that they search our emails, find out what we've said, apparently, in our private discussions, and then come and report to us on what we've said in our emails. There's a little bit of irony in that approach. I don't know the value of that, but I don't have to know the value of it. I just think it's whoever this person is, I don't know who they are. I think it's of little value, but I do support it still, even though it's the way our system of government works. But more surprising is I found in here in this report that was done that Zen Wu asked to search my emails, which I think is a violation of the Brown Act, because in my emails I respond to people about my position on policies, and so do all of you. And moreover, I don't understand why my colleague would not just come to me and ask me what my position is on an issue. I'm available, I have a phone, but rather go through the process of searching your colleagues' emails to figure out what their positions, what they've been doing, what they've been writing. It seems a bit, I mean, I don't know what you would call it, whether it's covert, whether it's spying. It just seems like it's not the right approach for one of our colleagues to be doing that. I don't search for any of your emails, and I don't think you should be searching for mine, but that's one of the problems we have here. Also, I also think it's a Brown Act violation, potentially, but it's a concern I have. But if that's what the law permits, then we're going to abide by the law. That's it.
Any other questions or comments?
I would never say that we should do anything to violate the California Constitution, period. It's more of a fiscal and a transparency issue to me. Doing a little research, yes, we've had 1,150 requests, public records requests so far this year. And I believe, Madam Clerk, I think we looked to see that Carlsbad had about 700 in about the same amount of time. This is interesting. Carlsbad's twice as large of a city as ours, both in population and size. It has an airport, a theme park, a desal plant, major construction going all the time, and yet they have a lot less public records requests. That's puzzling in itself. While the law currently states that anybody can request a public records request on any subject, and I think that should stay that way. A couple of years ago, I got a request from my private cell phone to have any correspondence that I made on that phone that contained the word sand in it. I don't know how many hours it took of the city staff to go through all of the city things. I know we're hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent on this, but on my own personal phone, and I have no problem doing it, I had to give a text of a buddy that said, "What are you up to?" "I'm sitting in the sand at Maui." That's what I was doing. And this person got it. Hey, I'm glad they got it. Glad to know I'm spending my time. But that's how broad you can make it. And where's the there in that? In the last couple of years, on all these public records requests that I've gotten on my personal correspondence, I'm expecting, well, they're going to find something really cool and put it out. Nothing. They seem to me to be frivolous. Completely. That's my opinion. Maybe they're gaining some information. Maybe they're recording it so they can stack it up and save it later. But so far, there has been no there and there. It's about transparency also. The taxpayers should be able to know, why is this staff spending so much time? Why do we have to have a full-time staff member that we're paying a lot of money to just to go over public records requests? And I think the public should be able to have that information. I think the combination of both a monthly report and a portal would help if somebody legitimately needs some info. They could go on that portal and probably glean it. If they couldn't, they can make a public records request. I, for one, when I start making public records requests, I want people to know I'm doing it. I'm taking up that staff time. If I'm doing it, you guys should know. I want you to know. I'll stand up loud and proud to say I'm the person that's doing it. And anybody that's trying to get information from the city should be able to have the same transparency. And I know most of the people, it's interesting, a lot of the people that are making constant requests for personal information, they'll be happy to stand up and say they will. They've told me that. Go ahead and do it. I'm still going to keep doing it, and you're going to know who I am. I think everybody should be under the same thing, and so I support this. I think this should be a new, and I realize there are cities that don't do it. There are cities that do it also.
Which of those items are you, of the three options, which one do you?
Well, I think there was two options. I think that we have a monthly report, or there's three options.
It sounds like you're suggesting staff recommendation number 3, which is a combination of both, adding the portal and the monthly summary to the website. Is that correct?
With the requester's name, contact info,
Yes.
name anyway.
Yes, that's what I'm supporting.
Any other comments?
I do, yes. As a public official, I don't consider any of my email, or if I send any text messages regarding city business, I don't consider any of them my privacy. I understand that as a public official, I have less privacy, and I'm constantly under scrutiny by the people. So a few weeks ago, I also received a text message search request about anything related to STLU. I just went through my text message. I took the message, took the screenshot, and emailed it to Jason. I didn't know who requested it. I don't mind who requests. I don't need to find it out. It doesn't matter. It's a public record. And if someone wants to see it, they can see it. As I said before, I'm an open book. So I don't really worry about any of those being asked for. If any of my fellow council members wants to see my email, the email is on the city server. They can ask for it. You don't have to ask me. You can ask the staff any way you want it. I addressed your particular question, Councilmember Cabral. That was that request was the background was that request. I don't have to explain to you, but I will explain to you. The recent citizen initiative has gone for a while. It was submitted to the city 3 times and withdrew 3 times. I brought it up to the city council. And I thought it's taking too much time because it has been so many back and forth revisions. But I never knew about it until I found out much later. So I wanted to find out how much council members are involved with this issue, because supposedly this is a private issue and the council members shouldn't. But apparently it's being in the system for a while. That's the purpose.
My response to you is the way the other colleagues here call me up and they ask me. They don't have to be secretive about it. You could call me up and ask me. You don't have to search my emails.
Of course. There's nothing secret about it. I put my name there. Intentionally, I put my own name there and using city email address, knowing fully that anyone can know it. Because if I really want to be secret, I just use a pseudonym.
You've done that in the past, too, with
I
the
have a
boss.
question for the city attorney. Mark, did you have a question or comment?
Just a quick comment here. Just looking at the numbers, in 2018, we had 665 requests for the entire year. And then all of a sudden, we start to see this increase. 2020, that was COVID, we go up to 1,000. By 2023, we're at 1,545. 2025, we're beginning of October, and we're at 1,153. Yet, it's hard for me to understand why our requests have more than doubled in that time period when our population hasn't doubled, our size hasn't doubled. And so there's something going on here that I think we need to remedy, and I think Loeffler, you had a great comment here that this is taking up a lot of our staff time and resources and trying to be an efficient city and saving money for the city. Do I want anyone to not make a request? No, absolutely not. Everyone should have that right to make a request. This is a public institution. Everyone should know and be fully capable of that. It just seems like there are a lot of frivolous things going on that are taking advantage of our city and taking advantage of the good nature of our democratic institution.
Yeah. Also, regarding the cost of the public records request, prior to the city manager streamlining our process, we had our city attorney reviewing these, which cost us many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the cost actually, while it is greatly reduced under the current city administration. But I have one question for the city attorney. Comments were made about the doxing issue. Do we have a constitutional issue at all with putting the name of the requesters on our website?
I don't see any because the request is a public record itself.
Itself, okay.
So
That
the
was
issue
I
of,
just want to clarify
yeah, the
that
issue of doxing would come up if you posted publicly identifiable information, which would have to include two pieces of information, so a name plus an email address or phone number and address, and here it will be just the name.
Okay. Victor, do you have?
Yeah, I was just going to, in my briefing, I asked the cost of this, and it's about $500,000 a year that we spend doing these records. Obviously, I support, the people's right to learn about this, but I don't think, publishing the names and giving them more access to information is a bad thing. So I support the
We've all
motion.
expressed an opinion. Is there any other comments before we entertain motions?
Well, I'm totally with you guys. I think the best way to cut down those requests is to just publish them. So people, they can just look it up themselves, at least as a first step. So for any public record request, post the result on the city website so other people can see it. I do have a reservation about publishing people's name because I think it's unnecessary. People can simply use a fake name to do so. But if that's what we agreed to, then I'm fine with that.
I just kind of just respond to that. That never occurred to me about people making fake names. I guess that is an option, Zen. Thank you for educating me on that.
I would never thought of that either, but.
People do it anonymously.
Something I would do, but.
Well, I have one question of staff. One of the members of the public said we can avoid this by simply putting every public document on our website. Is that a realistic request from a staffing, from a management point of view, to just say everything we do that's subject to a review gets on the website and people can access it without having to do a PRA?
It's possible. We'd have to do a lot of work on our documents. So we'd have to start by looking at each one of the city's documents and redacting all of the personal information. So it would be a process. Is it possible? Technically, yes, it's possible. It would take some time and there would be some
Sounds like a
expense
substantial
involved in
amount of
it.
staff
Oh,
time
sure.
to do that.
The biggest cost and expense, it would grow exponentially, it's the redacting. You would have to hire
That would be-
people
that would
to go
definitely-
through every document one by one,
Right.
strike out sentences, information.
One of our esteemed public members made that request. I just wanted to hear staff's comment on it, so thank you. I'm ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move the item 3, or Rick, I'll second Rick's motion if he.
What is your?
That was my motion, is that we adopt the staff recommendation.
3, item 3.
Item 3, yeah.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Recommendation 3.
The motion is made and seconded. I guess let's vote electronically on this if that's possible, Madam Clerk. Are we set up for that?
Sure, I'll just add in the motions and then you'll be able to vote.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Cast your vote, gentlemen, and let's see how the motion passes unanimously.
5-0.
Very good. Next item on our agenda is item 10C, consideration of joining the South County Beach Coalition.
I'm sorry, Mayor, it's 10B, item 10B.
Did I?
But you can move that down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thank you very much. 10B. I skipped ahead one.
Oh, the agendizing items, council agendizing items.
Yeah. Mayor, Council, there was some discussion about how the agenda is organized at one of your past meetings, and so I was asked if I could bring forward a recommendation of how we might be able to not only streamline, but make sure that we avoid any kind of conversation in a public meeting on items for a future agenda. Right now, what happens, of course, is that city council members can bring that forward in a meeting, requires a second for it to go on a future agenda, requires a third for a staff report. Sometimes that can lead into a conversation about an item that's not on the agenda. So certainly what we want to do is not add any time to the process here, but we've done some research, and one way that we might be able to do this, and there's any number of ways to build an agenda, but what staff is recommending is that perhaps a week before each meeting of the city council, so whether it's a special meeting or a regular meeting, a week before the meeting, any member of the city council can send an email to the city manager, That item then would be quickly described in probably a paragraph or at the most two, and placed on the consent agenda. At that point in time, if the consent agenda passes without any further discussion, that item would be placed on a future agenda for the city council to discuss. If the city council members wanted to pull that off and discuss the merits of having that item on your agenda, you'd be talking about something that's already on the agenda, right? So we wouldn't run into that discussion about whether or not we should be having any kind of discussion on something that's not on the agenda. There's a couple other items, though. If I get that email a week in advance, a lot of items may be administrative. Might be able to take care of them administratively. If it's an item that needs to be to closed session, we would send that to the city attorney, and that would be handled through that process. Otherwise, it would go on the consent agenda and we could move forward. So again, that's one way of doing it. I know that this is only of interest to the city council, not necessarily the public, so I'll keep my remarks short. I know we talked extensively about this process to the council members in briefings. I know you guys don't get the chance to hear from each other, so I'll be quiet and let you guys discuss this if you have any discussion. But this might be a way to ensure that each council member has an opportunity to place, at least for consideration of the other council members, an item on your agenda.
Thank you. Any public comments on this?
Yes, we have two public comments.
Let's hear from the public then.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Tony Rubolino.
So this agenda came up, and I really think that it's imperative just to have two council members still continue that process of putting something on the agenda. If not, we're going to basically have these agenda items that are going to be until 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think it's imperative just to keep the two council members to put something on the agenda. As far as talking, you need to be brief. I mean, that would be nice just to have a brief summary of what you want and go from there. However, I know I just had to say one thing is that I think it's important that people understand that when, as a longtime resident, I think anytime that I speak in oral communications or in public comments or agenda items, I'm always undermined by a certain council member, and it's just getting to the point where I don't want council members just to put one thing, one council member to put something on there to publicly shame the residents. I think that's not right. I think transparency is important. But I think that we should just stay with the policy that we have. It's been implemented years ago, and I think it covers everything that we need as a transparent city council. And I think that's really vitally important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tony Rubolino.
Hey there. I'll be brief. It used to be in the past that it was a requirement of the majority to agendize an item, and many of us fought for years. And Bill Hart, actually, as many of us adore Bill Hart, was a champion for making sure the minority also had a voice. And even if that was a discussion, it at least gave the opportunity for the public to hear that discussion. And there might be somebody who might be swayed, who might be kind of being able to move in one direction or the other, but I just want to preserve the fact that we can have the minority agendize items for public discussion. That's basically all I want to make sure that we continue with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No more public speakers? Any discussion on the item?
Mayor, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Wu.
Thank you. My biggest issue with this proposed new procedure is exactly what the two speakers said. We went through a long process, not this council, but in previous council. The discussion went back and forth, and eventually we settled that a minority of the council should have the ability to put something on the council, even without a staff report. They would be able to talk about something. I think this process takes that away. It needs a majority support to put something on the agenda. So that's my biggest concern. And I'd like to preserve the minority's ability to, at the minimum, to put an agenda on, put something on the agenda, even without a staff report.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I don't have a comment. I'd like you, I mean, I agree with the comments about the minority having a voice. So I'm trying to figure out, does this,
Yeah, I think that's.
does this, can you explain?
I thought this was opposite.
I thought I thought it had the opposite effect, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, a couple of things. So the way I would probably respond, and again, this is how the council wants to operate in their meetings, but what this allows is any member of the city council to place an item, at least on the consent agenda. Then if the council wanted to pull
A single
that-
member.
A single member, one
Okay.
member. And then if the council didn't pull it off consent agenda, it'd be on the next agenda. If you pulled it off for discussion, there's a couple of things you could do here.
Can I
If you
ask
pulled
one-
it-
just before you go, so, but one council member can still pull something off the consent calendar, is that
Correct.
right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one can put it on consent, and if there was a discussion that wanted to be made, one calendar could pull it off of the consent calendar for discussion. One, doesn't need two.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just.
Yeah, but I do understand the concern that if it's on the consent agenda and you discussed it, in order to move it forward, it would probably take an affirmative vote of 3 council members. If the council wants to preserve that minority ability to at least place an item on the agenda for discussion, if an item is pulled off consent and at least 2 council members want to see it on a future agenda, that we could write the rules so that, okay, if there's at least 2 council members that support that, it would go on a future agenda. Again, that's a decision the city council could make. So if you want to preserve that ability to have a minority position placed on the agenda, we could rewrite this so that could happen, for sure.
Okay, just again for clarification, so one would put it on consent if they didn't get any other support, one put it on consent. Could that same council member pull that item off?
Sure.
Okay, so it seems to me that the minority really has more power under this. A lot of the things, and it hasn't happened that often on our council where somebody's wanted to agendize something and haven't at least gotten a second. It's happened, but it's been rarely. And this way, that item could be put on consent, and it wouldn't die at that meeting, and it could be brought forward for discussion. I don't see how this is not helping a minority discussion.
Councilmember,
Councilmember Loeffler.
The problem with the policy is that one person can put it on the consent agenda to discuss whether or not it should be agendized. So there's really no discussion of the issue. It's just agendizing an issue to see if it's going to be agendized. And when that's on the consent calendar, the council under the current program can basically kill it by not getting a majority vote to place it on the agenda. So now you've got a minority opinion that wants to be heard in the public dais, and it could be killed by a majority without even getting a vetting or hearing. So my concern is that we have a rule that says, let's avoid the Brown Act by saying, I want to discuss a resolution for Proposition 50, and we start discussing the pros and cons of Proposition 50 before it even gets agendized, and that's a violation of the Brown Act. That's a problem.
That's a separate issue.
But we've got a parliamentarian who's sitting in the chair. We've got a city attorney who can, as effectively as she does from time to time, raise her hand and say, I'd like to interject a legal issue here. That concern, I think, can be properly addressed. So my concern is that, and I agree with the comments that were made in the public. We fought for a long time to not require a majority to say an elected official on this dais should have the ability to hear an issue. It might not get approved, but the ability to hear an issue. And I'd like to preserve that.
If I may, I haven't had a chance yet to speak, but I would just like to say I like the idea of having a minority opinion, but when we go through this consent calendar, I like the idea of making the modification that if it is polled, if two council members would still like to have it agendized, that is fine, but it not have a staff report like we do now.
That's kind of what we do now.
Yeah, but that way, I think it gives us a little bit, on more items, at least, we are covering ourselves that we are not going into a Brown Act violation or getting into the deep weeds of any item.
So you're suggesting that we have a consent calendar recommendation. Two people can, if two council members decide to go forward, it goes forward without a staff report?
Yes.
Well, the problem with that is, on many of the issues, a staff report's required. So I don't know that we want to nix the
Well, we
possibility
still
for
do
staff
that
report.
though, right? We still do this on other issues where there's only two council members, then we don't have a staff report.
Only
so-
if a staff report's not requested. A third person can request it.
Well,
You're-
yeah,
You're
that's what I'm
suggesting
saying.
that,
I don't think it's any different than what we already do.
so you're saying a third person can weigh in for a staff report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're
I
doing
want to hear
now.
what Zen started.
Oh, no problem, thank you.
Any other comments before?
Yeah, yes, so
We'll go ahead.
I think Mayor already explained to you a little bit. So putting a single council member's request to agendize something on consent calendar, that is not really consent calendar. A lot of time we disagree whether we should talk about something. So a lot of time I believe it will be pulled for discussion. Then there will be a vote to decide whether we put it on future agenda. So that's not really a agendized item. It's an agendized item to decide a future agenda. So, right.
With clarification.
So
I understand, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. And I think the city manager and the city attorneys, one of their concerns is we start discussing an item when we agendize it. Isn't that what we're trying to stop?
That's all I'm trying to stop.
Well,
So-
then I think, yeah, I think with the mayor's suggestion, we just need to police ourselves, or somebody needs to police us a little bit better. We asked that, for just an item without trying the item before waiting for a second. I mean, I think that would, you still
I think that's what this would do though, because then there's a paragraph or two that's written in the consent calendar, that therefore we can get a little bit more information on that item before it's just, hey, here's this item, wait, what, where's this coming from? I don't know what this is about. If we had just a paragraph or two saying, here's some background on what this information is, what this future agenda item might be, then we're not really,
But it's not a full staff report.
it's not a
just-
full staff report, it's something that the council member would come up with, and the council member would write this paragraph, not a staff report.
There's no
That's a benefit.
requirement of writing a paragraph or two. Someone can just say, I
Someone
want to
can just write a
discuss-
sentence,
I want
yeah.
to discuss dogs at City Hall.
Yes.
That's a benefit of that, because when we receive the package, at least there's a description of a councilman wants to agendize this. We have a few days to think about it. We know what's that about.
Yeah, that way we're not having that discussion up here, because so often an item comes up here.
Yeah,
and-
out of a
and-
blue. You don't
yeah,
know what
and
that
we're like,
is.
well, I don't know that, but I want a staff report because I want to know more about what this thing is. I've never heard about it before. So instead, we could have, a few days to, okay, know that this is coming down the line, so that we can put it on consent of, yes, we'd like staff to come back with more information, or, hey, I've had 2 or 3 days to look into this, I'm not comfortable with this, let's pull it and decide if we want to have a staff report on it or not.
I will say it's abundantly clear to me that you want to preserve the right for the minority to place something on the agenda. If you would allow me to, there's no rush here, right? If you'd allow me, I would like to go back and try to take a crack at doing exactly what was suggested, that preserves the right for a minority to put something on the agenda, but helps us avoid any of those conversations about items that aren't on the agenda yet. Now, one thing I'll say, if it's on consent, you can pull it off and have a discussion, because it's on the agenda. That's one of the benefits of this, is you can actually discuss the item because it's on the agenda. It's something that's on the agenda. So anyway, it's abundantly clear to me. It's universal. Everybody wants to preserve that right for the minority to place something on the agenda. That's important and noted.
Yeah, and I understand the Brown Act issues. My concern was just that when we come back, that three can basically kill an item, so no minority opinions never heard. That concerns me. Victor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just want to be clear under this process. Because it's on the agenda, I mean, let's say someone puts on the agenda, we want big dogs to be allowed at City Hall.
Little dogs too.
And they put it on the agenda, and it shows up on consent. We can start discussing it, like, I might agree with you, but what do you mean by a big dog? And that would be legitimate. We could get into a little bit more detail. We wouldn't be debating it completely, but we could at least say, oh, you mean this kind of dog? Yeah, let's put it on the agenda. Without violating the Brown Act. All right.
That's the intent.
All right.
Okay, I would move that we pull this matter off the agenda, refer it to the city manager for a possible policy revision consistent with the discussions we've had, which protects the minority opinion, allows two council members to continue to agendize something, even after discussion, if three members say, I don't want to discuss it, two members have the ability to agendize.
I'll second that.
Full discussion. Motion's made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mayor, can we take a break?
Yes, let's do that. We'll report back here at 8 o'clock high. Okay, we're back in session. The regular city agenda, we're on item 10C, reconsideration of joining the South County Beach Coalition. Staff recommendations to reconsider the previous action, and Mr. City Manager, do you have any report on this, or we just leave it up for
I do have
discussion?
one quick update, Mayor. I did attend the initial meeting of the coalition, and there was one elected official that was present, and that was Supervisor Foley. There were representatives from some other groups. The local tribal council sent some representatives. There were representatives from the county, and there were some representatives from some nonprofit organizations and homeowners associations. And there was a staff member from the city of Dana Point and myself. So what they talked about was the general structure, the general nature of the coalition, but they didn't take any official action. So that's the only update I have from the initial meeting.
Okay. I guess, gentlemen, do you have any questions or thoughts on it? Mr.
Mayor
Wu?
was agendized by Councilmember Wu, yes.
Yeah, City Manager, on the new bylaw, the list of the 5 members, County of Orange, 5th District Supervisor, County of Orange OC Parks, Orange County Food Control District, Capistrano Bay, Community Service District, and Wananeo Band of Mission Indians, Ahakachema Nation. So it looks like the bylaws that it has 5 members, not including San Clemente yet. Is that what when you attend the meeting, was that the case?
At the time I attended the meeting, I think it was the motion of the council that we would be members of the coalition, is my understanding.
And the item this evening is reconsideration of that decision.
Okay.
So, I guess,
This is Mr. Wo's motion, so.
yeah, did you have anything you wanted to add or discuss? or-
Not much. I want to see if I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay, well, it's, how many public speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
2 speakers.
2 speakers? Well, let's hear from the public speakers.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley.
Hello, Council. Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches San Clemente, and my organization wholeheartedly supports your membership in this program. I'd like to just tell you some of the history of this. It began 3 years ago under the supervision of past Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. This is a nonpartisan issue, and it was actually a group of civil servants within the county who I call the Beach Heroes, and you're familiar with them. It's Susan Brodeur with Orange County Parks and Makana Nova, both with Orange County Parks, and I call them the heroes because they're the ones that I think it was 3 years ago. They saw the sand accumulating in the Santa Ana River, and it was going to be scraped up and put into landfills, and they said, well, why don't we put that on our beaches? So they got the sand on Capistrano Beach. Now we've had that sand on North Beach, and I hope that we can keep on getting that sand because they are smart, creative people. Makana Nova is now the head of this organization, the South Orange County Beach Coalition. And our own Leslie Meyerhoff wrote this the draft report on formation of that. And so it's been a lot of city effort and a lot of county effort. And Save Our Beaches has been a member of this program since the very first meeting 4 years ago, I think. Initially, it was as a joint powers authority. They were thinking of forming a whole new unnecessary agency where we would have given up some autonomy over our expenditures. It's not that. It's just a memorandum of understanding. It's supposed to foster collaboration, cooperation, and create synergies and cost savings. And already the county is doing some things at the county's cost that will benefit our city. I'm very happy to see everything that our council is doing. Beaches are not a partisan event. And this group needs San Clemente. We are most of the beaches in South Orange County. We are the leaders. Look at everything San Clemente has done. We've got our coastal administrator. Now the county has a coastal administrator. We have signed a memorandum of agreement with our neighbors to the south, with Sandag, and that's been very productive. We need to sign on with this memorandum of agreement with our northern neighbors. We have synergies together, we have common interests, and I think we need to work together. And we need Andy Hall at those meetings. Every meeting benefits from Andy Hall, but these meetings in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Supervisor
welcome.
Foley, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be here tonight. I'm Katrina Foley, County Supervisor, and I represent the 5th District, which includes San Clemente, includes all of our Southern California, South County beaches. And I hope that you will, as part of your reconsideration, just stay with us, because this is a critical point in time where our next meeting is going to be talking about Prop 4, and we've been traveling to Sacramento, we've been trying to meet with everyone, and we know that as we build coalitions and we leverage our unique situation, that we'll be more competitive for those Prop 4 funds for more sand on our beaches. Prop 4 there's a line that is specifically dedicated for coastal resiliency. And so one of the competitive components of being eligible will be whether we have coalitions. So City of San Clemente is a critical partner in this. We've set up the meetings and we've set up the coalition so that we could streamline all of our asks, so that we would have this umbrella organization where we're all working together instead of in silos. So instead of San Clemente being on their own, looking at dredging, we would all be together looking at how do we maximize our resources if we need to do dredging. Instead of OCTA working on their own, we would all be working together. The Coastal Resiliency Manager that Ms. Whitelaw discussed, Makana, she is new in this position, and her only job is really to manage our coast, specifically South County, making sure that we have sand on our beaches. So we want you as a partner. It's critical that you join us. This has been recommended since 2013. There was a 2013 study that was done, and they recommended that we form this coalition, and it sat on a shelf, and so we dusted it off, and we would really like to see you at the table. We have our state parks representative at this table. We have OCTA at the table. City of Dana Point was there also. Their staff, I believe they're voting on this, I'm not sure, next month or soon. And we had, all of the stakeholders that are decision makers. We had Capo Beach, the special district, because they have ability to give funding. We answered all the questions for everyone. There is no funding requirement at this time. We would be asking people to come together, make recommendations to each of our different bodies, and if there is like a match, for example, for us to get a grant for the county, then maybe each of us could contribute to that match, something like that. But happy to answer any other questions. I hope that you'll join us in this coalition. It's a really important coalition. We're going to be moving ahead, but we want you at the table.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Amanda Quintanilla.
I spoke at the city council meeting when this was on the agenda previously, and I'm in full support of this coalition. I think that I had an opportunity to speak with Supervisor Vice Chair Foley and Alyssa Puri regarding the bylaws, because one of the concerns that I had was the voting abilities. So that's great that our city, San Clemente, will have a vote. We will have a voice, and I think that's very important moving forward. I'm sorry. getting tongue-tied. I'm in full support of this, and I'm really impressed by this. And the only request is that they had their inaugural meeting, and I hope that, this will be posted so so the members of the public can attend and also have a voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wu, you asked for this to be reconsidered. Did you have any comments or thoughts?
Yeah, well, the reason I asked to reconsider this is at the time I wasn't sure who are going to be the members, who are going to be the partners. I see an updated list on the new bylaw, and also in the new bylaw it's confirmed that the city is not going to incur any costs on that. I'm always a supporter of interagency efforts. I think for our beach sand replacement, I would prefer that the city can leverage the resources from federal government, state government, and counties, and OCT, and all of those agencies outside of the San Clemente. Instead of just for them to being paid by our taxpayers. So I think this is an effort, and it's at the beginning of the effort, but I think it's reasonable to give it some time to see how it works out. If it doesn't work, we always have the option to come back and decide to leave. We always have that option, so I'm good with it.
My concern when this was agendized the first time was that it seemed to me that we're creating another entity to do the job that we're already elected and hired to do. And it was another layer of governmental organization to do simply the job that we have been doing and are doing. I was also concerned about the conflict of interest concern. When we're talking about getting everyone on the same page and not working in silos, a lot of the money that we received came from the federal government and a ton of it from the state government, and yet the state government wasn't represented. Our assemblywoman wasn't represented, our state senator wasn't represented. We talked about our northern neighbors not included, they need to be included. When I met with Supervisor Foley at the South County Economic Coalition, I think the first thing she said is Diane Dixon is not getting on this committee. And she's an assemblywoman representing a beach area. And my concern was that we have, if we're going to create a coalition to make sure we get sand, that we have as many people that are involved in the sand business as possible. The response was, well, it's a conflict of interest. And I'm thinking, well, if it's a conflict of interest for state representatives who are in charge of the state budget funding, why would it be a conflict of interest for a county supervisor who's on the OCTA board, who also has some decision-making authority over funds? So that inconsistency troubled me. So I just think, if we're doing our job as we have been doing, that sand will continue to roll onto our shores with the study that we're doing now and the vibrocoring and so forth. So I like the idea of having everyone on the same page and having everyone pulling the oar in the same direction. That's important. I think that's happening now, but another level without the proper representation of our state representatives and our federal representatives, to me, is I don't know why we're ignoring them. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, well, is this political? I have no idea, and frankly, I don't really care. What's motivating it. Lisa Bartlett was involved in this and tried to start this, didn't get traction. I'm sorry, because I think we could have been starting on a better path a long time ago. I know one thing for sure, that having no seat at the table isn't as good as having a seat at the table. It doesn't cost anything. It's just having representation. I know Katrina Foley, and look, I've gone back and forth with her staff. I'm a proponent of sand, that I want to get any way we can. I want to be able to keep that narrative going. I want to hold them to the fire on this. And I know that Supervisor Foley has gotten sand at Capo Beach. I've seen it dumped there. We haven't gotten it from the county down here. I want to see that we get it. And the sand that we put at North Beach was great. Well, it wasn't that great of sand, but I mean, it's there. But that was for the railroad. I want sand where we put the umbrellas on the beach so people can go and enjoy it. And I think the only way to proliferate that is to have a seat at the table and be able to be part of the conversation. I voted for this, and last time, I'm going to vote for it again.
Yeah, I voted against it because I didn't like the leadership structure. If we're looking at sand in San Clemente, and I'm sure, Katrina, your staff briefed you on this, the leadership structure did account for the principal players in this. San Clemente is led by San Clemente. We've had experts, we have staff, we have all the resources. We've worked with the federal government. We've been the lead with the federal government. We've worked with the OCTA, with Jamie Federico, and you, Supervisor. You've done an extraordinary job at OCTA for helping San Clemente. The county, on the other hand, has given sand, as my colleague mentioned, to many other cities, but not to San Clemente. I think it's something that we can work towards. I just think that the leadership structure doesn't account, it has a lot of groups and organizations, but the real leaders, and in my view, if you want San Clemente at a leadership level, you have to put San Clemente in a leadership position on that committee, and that was my objection. I mean, we have done for the past 25 years what nobody else has been able to do, put that quantity of sand on our beaches. It's also been done in Orange County, other parts of Orange County that have done it successfully. I think they should have been included. I mean, I think they're a good contributor. They know how to do it. They've been putting sand on their beaches for decades. They have in Newport Beach, and they have an extraordinary amount of sand. We should, we have those resources too. So my objection was the leadership structure. I understand that there's a lot of groups and organizations that you've appointed. I don't know that they all sit equally in terms of their commitment and their utility for putting sand. And those were my concerns. And maybe, if we could create the right structure, I would, support working on that. And the other concern I had is we probably have, I don't know, half a dozen, maybe a dozen different organizations that are working on this, and we belong to, from Sandag to Cal Cities to, I think there's a dozen different organizations that are working on this sand issue that we're a participant of. And adding another one without us in a leadership role there, I just didn't think was of value.
Mark?
Yeah, I think there have been a few things said, and in a little bit, I'd like to, since we have an expert here on this, I would like to hear some of the comments from her. But I'd just like to start that my campaign slogan when I ran was that we are better together. And that goes not just for San Clemente and San Clemente citizens, but it also goes for how the city works with the county, with the state, with the federal government. When we are all aligned on not even necessarily aligned, but when we are all in the same room, we get these variety of voices. We don't have to agree on everything. And the fact that, hey, yes, we are part of other organizations that are working on similar problems. Why not be part of one more? And the fact that they do have resources, they have $300 million ready to be spent on sand and sand nourishment. I don't want to be left out of that, or they decide how they want to use that without our voice on it. So I would absolutely love to be part of this. Now, there were some questions here on conflict of interest and whether San Clemente would have what the actual role of San Clemente would be on this coalition. Do we have a voting voice? And any of those, have other representatives been asked to be part of this or not? I'd love to hear from our expert.
The bylaws address that already.
Yeah, so there's 5 voting members. There's 5 voting members. It's the County of Orange, the OC Parks, Flood District are part of that, Capistrano Bay Community Services District, the Ahoshiman Nation, City of San Clemente, and City of Dana Point would be the voting members, and OCTA. Now, the reason why those were selected, and this was the recommendation of the consultant that prepared the strategic plan. It was not my recommendation. This is the consultant's recommendation. The reason is because all of these entities have land use authority, whereas the other groups that we invited to be advisory, in their advisory capacity, do not have land use authority, do not have authority like a special district has as it relates to funding. And so if we, for example, there was a grant and we needed to match that grant and we could collectively all come together and contribute to match for the match, these other groups, they don't have that kind of authority. That was the only difference. So as far as the leadership and the voting, I'm not really sure I understand that issue because we all have the same vote. We have one vote. So the goal is that this is a advisory coalition. We would come together. We would hear from experts. We would take a lot of the knowledge that each of us has, each of our individual organizations, and we would bring everybody to the table. We would have a recommendation from the body, right, as to how we want to proceed. To create the first order of business is to sort of get everybody level set on where we are and where we need to go, and then to develop a master plan for sand nourishment, much like we have a master plan for arterial highways, much like we have a pavement index plan. We have all these different types of plans to make sure that our infrastructure stays sound and at the level and standard that we expect here in Orange County. So this group would have as one of the first orders of business is to start to develop with the experts at the table a master plan. And you wouldn't be able to participate in that if you're not at the table.
Voting issue, which was the question, is outlined in the bylaws specifically.
It's the same committee.
It's the same vote. You get a vote.
Yes.
Everybody gets the same vote. We all have the same amount of authority. And I'm not sure if Councilmember Cabral, if the issue that you're trying to raise, I don't really understand it in terms of leadership structure. We're running the meetings because our staff are the ones administering the coalition. It's my staff, it's the county park staff. We're the administrators of the meetings. And so that's why we're running the meetings.
And Mark, I think you also asked about the conflict of interest issue.
I never raised any conflict of interest issue. I don't know where that's coming from. What was brought forward from the state was that they could not be a voting member because there's, like the Coastal Commission could not be a voting member because they'll be making decisions about our applications related to.
Would you be a voting member?
I'm not making decisions about applications for
But
permitting.
regarding issues of sand and funding.
Yeah, you would be a voting member as well, whoever was representing San Clemente.
And wouldn't that be the same conflict that the state?
I'm telling you what they told us. I don't know. It's their decision, not one we made. We wanted the Coastal Commission to be at the table. We wanted Army Corps of Engineers to be at the table. But they had expressed to us that they felt it would be a conflict of interest. That's up to them, not me.
The conflict of interest that I'm concerned about, your staff member, your chief of staff who's with you, told me that it would be a conflict of interest to have Lori Davies.
No, no one said that.
Well, your
Mr.
staff-
Mayor, I respectfully disagree. No one said that.
So that would be
What we
appropriate for them
said
to be.
was,
So would that be appropriate for them to be on the commission, on the coalition, and be voting members as well?
I don't know why we would need that,
Well,
but let me just tell
Let me
you,
finish my point. They're elected officials with authority over funding. You're elected official with authority over
very
funding.
different.
What's the difference?
Because they vote with a whole body, an assembly or a senate, and then the governor has to approve it. It's not the same as when you vote for your budget
But you vote
and when
with
I vote for our
You vote with an
budget.
assembly of 5 members.
Well-
I don't get the difference.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I don't have,
Okay, I'm just asking
I'm
a question.
telling you what the recommendation of the consultants was. We did have representatives from all the different offices. Assemblymember Davies had a representative there. She's never contacted our office and asked us to be a member of this
Have you
organization.
contacted them and asked them to be a member?
It would be an odd
No,
thing for them to be.
let the supervisor answer the question. She's asking.
No, because that wasn't what was recommended by the consultant. The consultant recommended the land
The
use
consultants-
owners.
the
The
consult-
land use owners.
The consultant's not organizing this.
Yes.
You are, and
Correct.
we are.
The land use
So
owners.
let's set the consultant
The
aside.
assembly doesn't own the land. The consultant is recommending that the land use, that those that have jurisdiction over the land be part of this coalition. I work with Assemblymember Davies on so many issues. This has nothing to do with her. I respect her, her work. She and I collaborate often.
Let me ask you a
This has
question.
nothing to do with her. I'm not sure why you're making this about Assemblymember
My
Davies.
question would be, would you have any objection to a representative from Assemblywoman Davies or Assemblywoman Dixon or Senator Strickland having their representatives?
Senator Strickland, I believe, had someone at the meeting as well. And we also had our congressman, who's also not a voting member. Our congressman had a representative there. We didn't ask him to be a member either because they don't have land use decision-making. That's the main issue. It has nothing to do with politics. I am happy to work with, we need the help of Senator Strickland. We need the help of Assemblywoman Davies. We need their help because we have to all work together. This is a bipartisan issue. And so the issue is a policy one related to jurisdiction and who has land use jurisdiction. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for the supervisor?
Yes, Supervisor Foley, I have two questions for you. I'd like you to clarify. Are you opposed to the idea that the state legislators, such as Lori Davis or Diane Dickinson and Tony Strickland, to have a representative to sit on your table?
Well, there would be no reason to have the Assemblywoman that doesn't represent South County Beaches sitting at the table. So if you were going to include someone, it would be only Assemblywoman Davies and Senator Strickland, and then you might want to include Senator Blakespear. I didn't hear you mention her name. But I doubt that all of these individuals, look, I put together a task force and I included all of them. And we invited them to come to all of our meetings related to a different topic. And they don't come and do the work because they don't have time. Individually, they're not coming to these meetings. They're in Sacramento or they're in Washington, D.C.
I understand, but you invited them. Did you invite them?
Yes, they were at this meeting.
Okay.
I respectfully correct your city manager. They actually were at the meeting. Not them personally, they're staff members.
And then also, this is strictly for the Capistrano Bight portion of the oceanside sail, starting from the headland down to the county line.
Correct.
So Laguna Beach is not involved.
Correct.
Newport Beach is not involved.
Correct.
Okay. My second question is are you able to entertain an idea that to give San Clemente a little more leadership role on this? Let's say, I don't know exactly what it means, but I think Councilmember Cabral has a valid point that San Clemente consists of a majority of this Capistrano Bight area. So if you are, for example, if you're a chair, maybe you can leave the vice chair seat for San Clemente. Are you open
I
to
have
that?
no opposition to that. I welcome having extra help because we truly want this to work for the policy issue of getting sand on our beaches. There's never been anyone expressing any opposition to anyone having a leadership role from the city of San Clemente. Of course you need to have a leadership role. We all need to do our part to bring what knowledge we have from the respective agencies that we represent. So I have no opposition to that. We don't really have like chairs and vice chairs. I mean, we could come up with that, I guess. The only reason I'm leading the meeting is because our county is running the meetings and my staff and our park staff are organizing the meetings. And so my goal is that everybody has a chance to lead the meetings. We have different topics that we bring up, and maybe there's we already talked about this at the last meeting. San Clemente presents and they share about what are they working on, what do they need from us as a coalition, how can we be supportive. Lots of opportunities. If you want a vice chair position that someone from the city of San Clemente holds, that is fine with me. I don't have any problem with that. No one's ever objected to that nor asked. So,
Councilmember Cabral, does that address your leadership role issue?
Well, it does. I think if we want to pull San Clemente into this, we have to have a bigger role because we have a lot of the resources for the 8-mile stretch of sand that's here. Campo Beach, I don't know, I mean, let me, if I was addressing the flood control, what are they going to contribute? What do you see them?
The flood control is a major contributor, and here's why.
Of sand?
You talked about how Newport Beach has sand on their beaches. Well, that's because of the flood control district. And so we have a lot of sand that comes down the Santa Ana riverbed, and it flows right into Newport Beach. That sand gets taken from that little choke point and dumped onto the beaches all in Newport Beach. It's also been used over the last 3 years for Capo Beach, for North Beach, San Clemente, and we are hoping that we make this part of our normal maintenance program. So yes, the flood district needs to be represented because it is their facilities that we are going to draw sand from. Additionally, in Prado Dam, which is a major project that we are working on, and I know you toured it and we talked about that, the flood district site, that is the piece of property that the county owns, which is a flood district property, is where the sand that's dredged from the Prado Dam will be deposited, and that's where it will be cleaned before it can be moved. So
I understand all that.
Yeah, so
but
that's why they're at the
They
table.
don't give us the sand. We buy the sand, though. So are you envisioning that they will be giving?
Well, this Capo Beach sand was not purchased, and we have, look, that's part of the goal, Councilmember Cabral. That is part of the goal, is that we create a master plan so that if we have sand coming down from our flood district, that we're able to capture it and spread it across all of our beaches, all the way down to San Clemente. And so that is what the vision is, but we have to develop a plan.
Okay,
And so right now, the county is administering this. The county is paying for the full salary of the staff member that is going to be applying for grants, that is going to be managing the coalition, that is going to be managing all of the different sand projects that we have going on where the county has a role. And that role is specifically related to the flood district.
So let me ask you this. Are they only going to be working in South Orange County, or are they going to be working also the other areas?
No,
of
no, no.
Orange County?
This coalition is
No, the
only
staff
for
person- The
South.
staff person that you,
Right now, their main priority is South County.
So they
This
won't-
is where we have the issue. But ideally, I think ideally, over time, the coastal resiliency manager will be responsible for the whole coast. But right now, the priority of her time is dedicated to where we have a dearth of sand, and that is in South County beaches.
so they won't be working, they theoretically right now won't be working the North Orange County.
Well, I can't tell you that I might never work on anything in North Orange County, but what I can tell you is that the priority is to manage this coalition, which is South County, and to prioritize South County beaches. That's the best I can give you, which is a lot of time.
goes
There's not
on,
much time to do it.
And it's expanded to the whole county. That's even more important reason why we need the other legislators, particularly Dixon, Strickland, and others that currently have a jurisdiction in that area to have a voice at the table as well.
Let me ask, another question. I understand your position as a supervisor and your leadership in the sand issue and all the help you've given San Clemente. But the second position, the County of Orange Parks, why would they have a vote? Aren't you representing the parks also?
I know it seems odd, it's just the way the county structure is different than a city structure. So your parks is all part of your general services, right? But our parks have a different funding, right? So their funding is not part of the general fund. They have line item funding. That's why they have a separate vote, because if their funding in their fund is used, then they would need to be able to recommend that. That's the reason.
Recommend it to you, to the Board of Supervisors. who has the power to move those line items.
Right, but they also have some discretion within their department.
But where do they get their funding? From the county and the state?
No, the funding comes from, it's a complicated way. It's the Tidelands funding, it's parks. Parks funding is all within its own budget. We don't take parks money and use it for street improvements. It's not
understand
part
that,
of the
but
general fund.
I'm just trying to see what fund.
That's the reason.
Is it state, federal, or do they have their own taxing authority?
It's property tax, but it's identified only for parks.
Okay.
So it
that's
can't
all I'm
be,
try-
yeah, sorry.
That's all I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it simple, because there's a lot of different lines within the parks funds.
Okay.
And that's the reason, is because they have their own funding source. It's not part of the general fund from the County of Orange.
That's all I have.
Any more questions?
Well, did you have another?
Let me address Wu's.
Well, let me just ask this.
Okay.
Any other questions for Supervisor Foley? Thank you for answering those questions. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Discussion on the matter? Here, I'll share my concerns. I think having as many minds on the same issue is important. We need to make sure everyone's on the same page. Setting up a structure as limited as this is concerns me. I think it needs to be represented by, I think state representatives are essential. They've been specifically eliminated for whatever reason. And the comment was made, we need to include our northern neighbors, and our northern assemblywoman who represents the ocean is specifically excluded. That concerns me. This, when we say this isn't political, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but we need the maximum representation, and those are my concerns. And I think leadership as well. I don't know if it's a co-chair or I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but those are my concerns.
Okay, well, again, I heard Sandag mentioned, are we like a co-chair of Sandag now?
We're not a co-chair, but we attend their meetings, and
We attend, okay, do we have a vote at Sandag?
we don't have a vote right
Okay,
now.
all right, and so anyway, so I'm not sure that that's important, all these different organizations, whether we co-chair them or not. The fact is, we attend meetings there, we don't even have any say down there. I think it's important to have a say here. I still think there's some politics involved here. We don't know that our Assemblywoman Lori Davies has been excluded. I will have that conversation with her to see if she's interested, if she's interested in having some representation. If she's open to it, I will share that and we'll see if we can make that happen. The politics part of it, you know what? I'm surprised that Supervisor Foley even kind of invited us in a way, because we don't agree politically on many, many issues. Alyssa can certainly attest to the fact she attends a lot of meetings that I attend to, and I won't say we battle, but we definitely have our differences of opinion. I think Supervisor Foley's worst nightmare if I were the representative to that to that organization or to that committee. So it appears that she is open. Again, my only feeling is for sand, and try to get sand here any way we possibly can. And I think that attending her coalition, and if Assemblywoman Lori Davies wants to start a coalition, I would say we should be part of that one also. Any opportunity that we have to possibly get one grain of sand down here in a better mechanism, I just have to support. I'm going to take politics out of it, and that's why I'm supporting this.
Yeah, I concur. That was really well said. Again, this shouldn't be a political issue. The issue here is whether we want to be part of an organization that is working with $300 million budget to get sand onto our beaches. Do we want to sit at the table or not? And I think we would honestly be fools, absolute fools, to say that we don't want to have a voice at this table. If there are kinks, if there are issues, okay, we can work those things out. This is the beginning of the organization, not the end. Nothing is ironclad at this point. I mean, we can make changes, but we can't make changes from the outside. We can only make changes if we have that seat at the table. So again, wouldn't you want to be at this table, even if you think differently politically? Wouldn't you rather have a seat at the table? It's hard for me to understand why we wouldn't want to be part of this organization that is actively helping to get sand in our beaches. If we want to discuss who to have at that table, that's another discussion, and I think we can have a discussion of whether to have I think it'd be great to have an elected official there, and I think we need to have that as a subsequent discussion of who to have there. But at this point, this is about whether to be there at all, and I am in full support of that.
Yeah, regarding, I agree with your comments about needing to go forward on the common goal, clearly. But to suggest that the elected officials who have been doing work for the last 20 years to get sand on our beaches are going to stop doing that because this created table doesn't go forward as proposed, I think is a misnomer. The table is a created table. I think we're all at that table. We all participate. But again, I think if we go forward, we need to have proper representation. And that's not a later discussion. That's a discussion that needs to happen now because like all bureaucracies, when you put something in motion, it continues in motion. And like a steamship, it's very hard to guide differently. You have to set that pattern before it sets course. So I think the mindset, the goal that Supervisor Foley's recommended is admirable. Supervisor Bartlett, admirable for her to discuss it, but it was Supervisor Foley that moves forward, and I appreciate that. But I think we need to make sure we have adequate representation. And the coastal legislators are crucial. I would ask that if we go forward, that we go forward with their representation, not as advisory, but as voting members, just like Supervisor Foley, who is an elected official, will have a voting membership. And I think as part of our representation as our legislators who we rely on to get sand, to make that table, to put some food on that table, that they be included. And those are my thoughts.
Well, Mayor, I agree. If you don't mind, I will just nominate the mayor to sit on the table.
Well,
Maybe we can agendize who to be at the table.
Do we need agenda for a later meeting, or can we just decide it tonight?
Well, the meeting, the discussion this evening is whether or not we join the coalition. And we can discuss that with conditions or with no conditions, or table it or move forward as.
And your
as a
comments are,
supervisor.
you're right about bringing more people to the table, but if we're not at the table, we have no way to bring anybody else to the table.
no.
We have to do it from inside, not
We're
outside.
doing that right now because we're creating the table.
Right.
The table doesn't exist.
I have a
We are the
question.
table.
They are going to meet whether we're there or not.
I have a question for city attorney. If we don't take any action, what happens?
You're not a member if you take no action.
But last time we voted,
Yes, but you voted to reconsider, so that motion was absolved. Right now, you're not a member.
oh, okay.
I will make if there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion that we join the coalition.
With the terms outlined in the bylaws as submitted.
With the terms that you outlined in the bylaws that you submitted, tell me, I'm sorry, what were these bylaws that you submitted?
No, he's talking about the ones that, aren't you about the ones that are here?
Bylaws, I just made a comment on the ones that we have before us.
Let's be specific about those comments of what you want in there before I say yes to that amendment.
Well, I was just, my comments were that we need representation from our legislators and that they have a voting seat at the table. That if they're a member of the coalition, that they're there and, or the representatives there with voting authority. With our senator, our assemblywoman, and the North County coastal assemblywoman as well. And Victor's concern about leadership, I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but perhaps he can make a suggestion that you can incorporate into a motion.
Well, you know,
So hold on a second, my motion's still on the table. It hasn't been seconded yet. but-
If you leave your motion just as the way it is, I will second it. If we do end up at the table, we will work on these, I will work on these other things, but let's just leave it the way it is on the table. I don't think we can put restrictions.
I have a friendly amendment. If you can incorporate what Councilmember Cabral asked for and Mayor Steve asked for.
I could incorporate the idea of having a vice chair position on the committee, on the coalition. I'm not comfortable yet with the idea of having an active vote for a member that doesn't have property value in this. And maybe that's something we can.
Well, we can just invite them and let them
I'm fine
decide.
inviting them, but not and having them be there as an advisory. I'm just concerned about giving them a voting power.
Well, but what, for clarification though, we can't have a stipulation that we're the vice chair. They can't, the voting body has to decide something like that. They can't make this.
Well, that's in our resolution, and that's sort of our condition to join, right? So we can stipulate that.
There's a motion, there's a motion on the floor with a
Hold
second.
on. So, it's
Are you
the friend.
withdrawing- are you withdrawing your motion?
No. He's asking for the friendly amendment to my motion. My motion was seconded. I'm going to decline on the friendly amendment because we can't.
Well, if there's a second to it, it's.
You don't have to decline anything, there's a motion and a second, and
On the friendly amendment.
if you don't.
So it was seconded on the friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you're making a new motion on that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in my humble opinion, the correct parliamentary procedure would be that the maker of the motion entertains a friendly amendment and says yay or nay.
Is that a yea or nay?
I will say a nay to the friendly
Okay.
amendment.
Do we have any discussion on that motion or a substitute motion?
I make a substitute motion that we will join the Beach Coalition with additional request that the city of San Clemente is identified as part of the to have a vice chair position on the coalition, and also that the coalition invites State Assembly member Lori Davis, State Senator Tony Strickland, Congressman Mike Levin. Do I miss any?
Assemblywoman Davies, Assemblywoman Dixon.
Senator Blake Spear?
Blake Spear, it does not have a jurisdiction here, does she?
She doesn't represent.
She doesn't. So it's a Davis, Strickland, and Levin.
And Dixon.
Dixon doesn't have a jurisdiction here.
Well, the coastal, we're talking about, there was comments about the northern, incorporating the
Okay.
northern, ultimately the
We're not
entire
to the
county being
Okay,
part of
well,
that.
At the northern
We
area.
ask coalition to invite these 4 legislators, and that it leaves them.
As voting members.
I will have to respect the lots of discussion about why they're not. I will leave that to the coalition.
So this is just
Invite
inviting them
to be partners.
Okay, just for clarification, so you're requesting the body to invite those people, that they request those people?
Yeah, if they want us to be part of this coalition, they need to do it. That's kind of.
They need to request.
They need to make the request.
I'll second that.
So
Okay.
you're asking for them to be, partners, not members.
To be able to send a representative to sit on the table, not a voting member. I will leave that up to them.
Okay, I would ask for a friendly amendment to your motion. I don't think, did you include Assemblywoman Dixon? in your motion?
No, yes, I did.
Okay.
I did.
I would ask for a friendly amendment that you include those as members, not as participants, but as members, and that the membership appoints leadership at their next meeting.
I'm sorry, I will not accept that friendly amendment.
I'll call the question.
I'll second for the call for the question.
Okay.
Any
I think
discussion?
Victor actually seconded it.
Any discussion on the substitute motion? That was made by Mr. Wu and seconded by Victor. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item 10D, provision for context and details associated and discussion of a violation of the Brown Act by Councilmember Wu, potential waiver of closed session confidentiality to aid such discussion. Mr. Cabral, you mentioned this, you want to lead off, or do you want to hear from staff?
Let's hear from staff.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the City Council, at your last meeting, you asked me to prepare a statement that would provide the public and the members of the members of the public that had asked you questions about what happened associated with a comment that Councilmember Wu made at your last meeting associated with the Brown Act. So what I have prepared, and of course it's been disseminated to the public, and they've had a chance to read through it, was the portions of the issue that could be disclosed publicly because they were not protected documents. They were text messages to me from the executive director of the TCA. So that's what you have before you, and then I believe that the city attorney has also provided some legal background about the actions that could be considered by the city council when we are talking about violations of the Brown Act. So without any need for further detail, I'll turn it back to the city council unless you have questions for staff.
My question was, I think if we want to discuss this fully, we have to have some limited waiver of the discussions in closed session so that we don't ourselves violate the Brown Act.
You want to make a motion to waive the...
I don't want to discuss the explicit communications, but just the nature of the decisions and the discussion, not without identifying any individual about, they said this, just a limited waiver of the confidentiality that we are all expected to uphold in the closed session, so that we can, for purposes of this discussion today, we can discuss it without violating the Brown Act ourselves.
And you're asking for a limited, when you say limited waiver, I'm not sure I follow you.
Yeah.
If I may, it sounds like Councilmember Cabral is asking for perhaps a waiver of just the direction given to staff coming out of closed session?
That's right, and discussion about our recommendations as a body.
Our recommendations through staff to the
Yes.
TCA?
Well, all our recommendations that were discussed.
Okay, are you going to make a motion to waive that? Because right now we're subject to confidentiality.
Yeah, I'm making that motion to waive the confidentiality. And
I'll second the motion. All in favor of waiving the confidentiality of the,
I will make a comment.
on the motion? It's made and seconded, so go ahead.
I'll make a comment. I was in the first closed session. That's regarding the negotiation. The second closed session, I was in for very briefly, and then I recused.
Mr. Wu, before you go into the details, there's a motion pending regarding waiver. If that sounds like that's not what you're discussing, you're going into the facts.
I am discussing it because I want to provide that background. My point is, there are a big chunk of closed session, I was not part of it.
Right, I
So
understand.
I didn't know what happened, and I'm not going to be able to vote on this one. I will leave it entirely up to four of you.
Okay,
Because I don't know what was involved.
understandable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 4 with 1 abstention.
Abstain.
Thank you. Okay.
So with that, Mayor, I probably can go into a little bit more detail than what I did before. So as you saw in the staff report, what happened was I was contacted by the executive director of the TCA. The executive director explained the situation he had, that one of his board members approached him and had some concerns about a conversation that Councilmember Wu had with that board member. And I think that the nature of the conversation, as you can see, I put the quotes in the staff report, were that there was a disagreement perhaps about whether or not certain parties needed to be involved in the negotiations. And we as a city may view it one way, but the TCA felt like they had made a different conclusion, and there was a question whether or not that should be, whether that conclusion was correct. So I think that was the nature of his contact with me, is why do you have a council member questioning a decision that myself and our legal counsel has made? And my response was, I don't know why that conversation occurred. And that's essentially what was in the public record. Beyond that, I'll leave it to the city council to talk about anything that you would like to in terms of the closed session. But that's at least the open session explanation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Ed.
Let me give a little of the background on this, because I think to understand this fully, the breach that was made of confidence of the members of the city council and the violation of the Brown Act concerns what I was involved in as mayor at the time, in negotiations over 26 acres, a parcel which I found out today could be valued at $40 million, $30 million, nobody knows. But I spent, and all of us were involved in this transaction, the city manager, we had numerous meetings over a period of months where we were negotiating over this property, moving forward with a deal that we thought was close to fruition. I don't think there's any doubt. We probably had a dozen meetings with different people over this property, which is a valuable piece of property that people wanted to give to the city of San Clemente. We met with agencies. We met with TCA. We met with property owners. It was a series of meetings over months. And at the point of time that we said, well, this is legitimate, we should bring this to the city council, we brought it into closed session so that we could give, the city council could give direction to staff on how we proceed.
And the property you're talking about is the 2 acres at the west of...
26
the
acres.
2 parcels totaling 26 acres at the east end of Pico that were originally intended to be TCA on-ramp, off-ramps to Pico that was abandoned by the TCA when they gave up the toll road concept.
Yeah.
That's the property.
So, yeah, and the value of that, I say, I give it that 40 million because I asked the developer today, what's that land? He said, he gave me that figure. I don't know that it's accurate, so I don't want to represent it as accurate. But it's 40 acres in San Clemente that's buildable is a very valuable piece of property. The second thing, the location of that property is also valuable because it's strategic for San Clemente because there's going to be further development further out beyond Pico. So what we were in is we were in a situation where we were close to a deal, and we brought it to city council, and the city council had negotiations. And I think this is what you've got to understand. When you're on a board, you trust that the members of your committee or city council are not going to go out and tell other parties what happened in those discussions, what your strategy is, what you're about, how you're going to make decisions, what your negotiation points are. So that's exactly what happened here as our city manager disclosed. I mean, he knows more about that than me. There was a deal that was close to being made, and we are now a year later, and the deal is pretty much stalled. There is no deal. There is no transaction. We are trying to revive it, but whether it's going to be revived or not is still an open question. So the violation, in my view, that was made in discussing this with parties outside of our group was a serious violation. It's a breach of duty of confidentiality. It's an admitted violation of the Brown Act. It's not a misstep, as it was characterized by Mr. Wu when he gave his statement. It's more than a misstep. It's a serious violation. It was so serious that the city council decided to refer this to the district attorneys for a review. And you've seen all the letters, they're in the report. The district attorney decided that, and I think we can say, if you read the letter, that confirmed that there was a Brown Act violation. I don't think Mr. Wu has ever denied that he violated the Brown Act. But he suggested in that letter that the city council was better prepared to make a decision about the consequences of that. So, again, we had another meeting. We talked about what we should do. And I think the consensus was, let's get Mr. Wu to apologize sincerely, full-throated apology at the city council meeting. And that would be sufficient for us to remedy this and move on. We weren't trying to punish him. We're not attacking him. We're not after him. We just wanted him to understand that it was a violation and it was a serious violation. Then we learned that he had another, well, I should say, he was sent a letter saying, do not violate the Brown Act. And by the way, he's been on the Planning Commission for years. He knows the Brown Act. Everybody that's on the city council or committee is required to learn the Brown Act and know what those rules are, what you can say, what's confidential, what's not. After he was warned, I think in a private briefing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, he went back and talked to the TCA. Again, in my view, this is not proven yet, but he violated the Brown Act again in having that second communication, again violating the privacy rights of the city council and the confidentiality that we expect as a member of the city council. Let me tell you why this is important. Because when you're negotiating as a body, let's say we're trying, and this is just an example, you're trying to buy a piece of property as a city, and you have a discussion and you say, this is the bottom line, this is how much we'll pay. You don't expect your colleague to go out and tell the other side what your position is. That's the breach of trust, because that puts you as a body in a difficult negotiating position. It put Andy in a difficult negotiating position. Because at that point, and at that point in time, truthfully, what happened is that all the communication ended with that party. They stopped calling us, they stopped communicating with us. We've been able to get that back on track, but it was a very serious violation, and it came to the point where we had to decide as a city council, and we did decide, let's just ask him to apologize. And you saw the apology at a couple of city council meetings ago. He gave what I didn't consider a full apology. Rather, he tried to excuse his conduct and minimize that conduct and the damage that it's caused to this body and to our negotiations over this valuable piece of property. It was a breach of fiduciary duty, and it was a breach of trust and confidence in the colleagues. So at that point in time, as I mentioned, the consensus was, let's just educate him, have him learn more. And I think our city attorney did brief him, wrote him a memo about the violations. But more interesting, at that meeting, my understanding, and maybe he can talk to this, is after he was supposed to give a real, honest apology to the city and the city council, he didn't. And so what did he do? He went and talked to, I think, 2 members of this body and asked them if that was good enough. And he tried to talk to me about it, and I said, I can't talk to you. That's another Brown Act violation if you talk to 3 of us or more than one other member about your apology, about whether it's accessible, because it's on the agenda. But he did, as I understand, was told, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and so he went back to the podium, and that's why he went to the podium, to give another apology that was stronger than the apology he gave from the dais. So that's the third violation of the Brown Act after he was warned not to do it. Again, I don't know. I'm going to let him talk to that violation, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. So what happened next is we're at the point now where we've been trying to figure out, and this issue was given back to the city council to figure out what the appropriate punishment is. We tried 2 times, 3 times, and with all the education that has been done on the Brown Act, even after that, I think he sent 2 weeks ago a letter to the city clerk that said, will you send this policy decision out to all the members of the city council and get their feedback and give it back to me so I can decide how to proceed? She refused because it is another clear violation of the Brown Act. I just, I think we have done all we can as a city council to secure his cooperation, to have him learn what the Brown Act is, to get him educated. We've given him every benefit of the doubt on this issue. I think he knows what the Brown Act is. He's a smart guy, and I'll mention this because in another case, I remember, at the beginning of his campaign, he actually sued the person he ran against, and he sued her because she used the wrong word to describe her position, even though she had gotten that position.
Is this beyond this line, beyond the item on our agenda?
No, I don't think so, no.
Is that not dealing with the Brown Act violation? You're dealing with a campaign issue?
No, I'm dealing with the issue of whether his knowledge of the law and his ability to understand what legal violations are. I mean, he understood the nuances.
I just want to make sure we don't get into areas that don't deal with the Brown Act. And
No, I'm just saying he's very sophisticated, very knowledgeable. He hired attorneys, and he has ability to hire attorneys to interpret all this stuff when it comes to his advantage, which is his right. But we're at the point in time now where we've got to decide whether the violation, what that violation means to the city, what the consequences are of that violation, and whether we just sweep it under the rug or whether there is some kind of adequate punishment, and that's what we're discussing today. I don't know the right thing. My inclination is, because of the lack of trust, to remove him from some of the closed session meetings until he gets fully educated on what that Brown Act means and what the limitations are of that. So that's my understanding, and I'm happy to hear his comments and his corrections of my analysis or any other member here of the City Council.
Did any of the other members of the council want to speak before Mr. Wu addresses the questions?
Sure. Just for the audience's not a lot of people don't even know what the Brown Act is, and it was established in, I think, in the 70s, and it's about corruption. And before we go on about that, by the way, state legislature is not covered by the Brown Act. The Congress of the United States is not covered by the Brown Act. You can get 8 congressmen together and they can decide how they're going to vote, and they can kick it around and they can go in the chamber and vote. They're not covered by it. Oh, I'm sorry. So anyway, but cities are, and one of the reasons cities are is if you look at the history of some cities we have here in California, Bell, whatever, there was corruption. Council members would get together before a council meeting. They wouldn't have to have discussion from the public or any input. They would just decide how they're going to vote, and they would do it. They would decide who they're going to give their contracts to, and they would just do it. It does lend to a possibility of corruption. That's what it's put in for. So we are bound by that.
Before we, and I appreciate your comments. We have some public comments. Did anyone else want to make a brief comment covering the background that Victor gave before we hear from the public?
I would just say let Rick finish what he was, his thought.
Well, we're going to have discussion after the public comments, and I can continue. Sure, let's hear from the public.
Okay. Who do we have?
Lois McNichol, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Michelle Brooks. Lois, you're still?
So I appreciate your remarks, Victor, because it did clear a lot of stuff up for me. Because when I was reading the fact that this was on the agenda again, I thought, wait a minute, didn't we already address this? Didn't he already apologize? What is he, does he get a public spanking now? So I did not understand that there were more severe issues at stake. So I appreciate that. I know that being new in anything, it's going to take you time. However, yes, you need to always respect, and you should always respect every member that you are. If you are on a committee, you have to respect all members of that committee, and you can't undermine them to outside forces. You just can't do it, or nothing is going to get done. So I came up here originally because again I was aghast that we were again dealing with the same issue, but now, so I'm glad that we made it a little more transparent instead of just a few texts, that now we can fully understand why this issue needed to be brought up again. So I appreciate that, but still, we don't need to be in that coalition.
Next speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla.
I have a presentation, please. Next slide, please. Due to concerns regarding a battery energy facility on TSA-owned property in San Clemente, the members of the Non-Toll Road Group, great researchers, and I looked through all the agendas. We couldn't find anything that the TCA wanted a battery farm. And so the co-founder found this irrevocable offer of dedication and gave it to a person on the Talega board, and Mr. Jonair came to speak about the potential battery farm. Next slide, please. So I attended the October 12th, 2023 TSA Board of Directors meeting and talked about concerns regarding the battery farm, at which point Chair Taylor said that someone from the TSA would contact Mr. Hall because he was new and he didn't have the email, which I did give to Miley Stivers. And within, I think, a week, CEO Ryan Chamberlain sent me an email saying there's already a meeting scheduled with Mr. Hall. Next slide, please. At the March 4th City Council meeting, the main concern was that the land should be going back to Talega Associates. That was the main concern that I had at that point. Next slide, please. However, when looking at the staff report, the Office of the District Attorney mentioned that there was a potential Brand Act violation, and the OCDA has concluded that the council adequately addressed the issue under the law. As a result, it will be closing this file on this matter. Next slide, please. Because this was on the agenda, I reached out to CEO, Ryan Chamberlain, and he said to me and responded, because I wanted to make sure that there was nothing that was souring the relationship with the TCA and this deal. He says, point of clarification, TCA did not participate in a closed session with the city of San Clemente regarding the TCA-owned property that the city approached TCA about. Further, Councilmember Wu's prior comments have in no way sourced negotiations on this parcel from our perspective. Any communication from our end regarding this was merely TCA doing some fact-finding to see if there was anything we should be aware of. I assure you, this is a non-issue for TCA. And then he further says to me, which I didn't put that in there, he says, I assure you, this is a non-issue. This is a non-issue for TCA, and we continue to wait to see if the city and Talega can work things out on their end prior to TCA taking any further action. All the best, Ryan. And that's mine. So the allegations that a council member saying about Councilmember Wu are false.
Next speaker.
Michelle Brooks?
Now, Michelle had to leave, but I think she sent an email to you, Madam Clerk. Could you have that? She wanted that read into the record, but she couldn't stick around. Do you have that handy by chance?
Are we allowed to
Did you
read
email that
emails
to-
into the record?
Our policy does not allow
Well, do you have it on your?
No, she had to go over a family thing, and we just told her
You
to
don't have
email you.
access to that?
You can put it under email, you can put it under comments, in the future, just like anybody can email in comments on the.
Sure, I'll defer to the city attorney. Our policy doesn't allow anymore for us to read public comments unless we want to make an exception here.
Well, I just want to share that with my council. Michelle came up during the break and said, I have to leave for a child event. I want to speak. Can I send a note in to be read? Our policy may not allow it, but I guess I'll leave it to my colleagues. Does anyone want to hear her read that, or do you just want to enter her comments into the record? Any thoughts?
I don't want to make a precedent of reading.
So read it into the record, or put it into the record. Is that acceptable? I see a consensus that we just put that in the record,
Okay,
so
will
thank
do.
you.
And also, there was a public comment provided by Michelle Brooks earlier today that is in the back of our room and was provided to council,
Okay,
so.
thank you very much. Next
you.
speaker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Tony is our final speaker.
Oh, that's the final speaker? Okay.
Many of you will recall that Laura Ferguson, when she was on this council, was censored by the council in, I believe, 2020. And I had to refresh my memory as I looked through some of the articles. It looked like the issue was that there was allegations that Ms. Ferguson had released the results of a poll to the public that had not yet been made public, and also for criticizing city staff. And this led to an actual censor hearing over those actions. And Laura Ferguson ran on an issue of transparency, and that's what she stuck to. And I guess what I'm hearing now, just kind of getting caught up to speed and what has been shared, is that the closed session meeting, the agendized topics that are discussed, some of those details have leaked out through Mr. Wu. And I guess if there is a precedent for a formal censor hearing for Ms. Ferguson due to the criticizing of city staff and releasing poll data, then I guess is that perhaps something that needs to be considered here? And perhaps these council members need to discuss if a formal censor hearing is warranted in this circumstance. I have befriended council members over the years, and I have heard of closed chamber meetings, and they have never shared with me the details of the topics discussed. That has always been held with the utmost confidentiality, as close as I was to those council members over the years. Things I have heard would be more side stories of behavior, mannerisms, or anecdotals, or things like that, but never anything that has broached the topic of confidentiality. And for that, I think that warrants further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments? Okay, well, Our staff recommendation is a threefold. One, to emphasize the critical nature. I think Victor did a good job of summarizing that. And then I guess the question is, point 3 is determine if appropriate actions have taken place. So I'll leave that up for the discussion of the council.
Well, I guess I'll continue on.
Yeah, thank you for your patience.
No, absolutely. It's a good segue in. So my concern when it was sent to the DA, and I appreciate one of the audience saying that there was no breach of anything. Well, we have a letter from the DA that says that there was a breach of the Brown Act. I trust the DA to make that assumption, not an audience member. I was concerned with the first time it was referred to the DA, said, well, the case is closed. Well, the problem with the case being closed is they sent a letter to our district or our city attorney saying, yeah, there is a violation of the Brown Act, and I'm glad you handled it, kind of. But it didn't say who it was. I was concerned about that because that's public record, and somebody's going to get a hold of that and said, oh, well, Councilman Loeffler or mayors violated the Brown Act. No, it needed to be clarified. And we requested that, and they did clarify it. They sent it back in a letter. So there we are. Going forward, I don't consider Zen. I don't think he did anything intentionally to try to corrupt something. I just don't think so. I was disappointed we'd come to agreement, hey, you're going to fall on your sword and you're going to say, I'm sorry, I'm never going to do it again. And then, you hedged at that saying, well, I'm only human. I can't say I'm not going to make mistakes in the future. And I go, oh, geez, oh, okay. And then, I kind of, in closed session, we had a discussion. What would you like me to say? And I didn't tell him exactly what to say, but I kind of outlines, hey, you fall on your sword, everybody makes mistakes, I've made a lot of them, and you say, I apologize to the residents and the city council members, and I'm not going to do it again, and then that's not I made a misstep, and thank you for sharing. It wasn't really an act of contrition, and that's what concerns me going forward, is I want to see a pattern of behavior of, hey, I made a mistake, and I might make every mistake in the world, but I'm not going to make them twice, and I'm still really concerned about this going forward with the confidentiality that we deal with every week, and closed session is, that's where we get legal advice. It's nothing that needs to be shared with the public, and that's why it's in closed session. Once we resolve it, then we do it in open session. That's the policy, and that's what we follow. So I don't know that, I'm not convinced that Zen, that you're not committed to really not doing anything like this again. That's my one concern. And I wish we could have buried it before in the previous meeting. I really do, but I just have my reservations, and I don't want it comes back on all of us when things like this happen, and I don't want to have things like this holding over. So maybe you've got some comments now, and
Let's hear from the rest of the council. Mark, did you want to weigh in?
No, I'd just like to hear Mr. Wu and see what he has to say.
Zen, go right ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. Last time I addressed the council, I was on that podium. I recognized I made a mistake, and I apologized. I said I would do my best to not to do that again. To answer Councilmember Loeffler's question, I am committed not to do that again. I take it, this is a lesson for me. It's also a lesson for continuous learning and an opportunity for improvement. I take it very seriously. As I said, I acknowledge that I made a mistake. I shouldn't. I wanted to point out that not to be defensive, but Planning Commission did not have a closed session, so I didn't have the experience of closed session. I also want to point out my second conversation was a pure exchange of a pleasantry in a social setting with hundreds of people around. There was no substance. my intent was to help the city. And that conversation was circumstantial. I did not book a meeting with other director. It was, we were in the same government meeting, and during the break, we had, I probably had 2 minutes speaking with her about that. And the information was not leaked to a private party. It was a member of the, not to a member of the general public or media. That person is the director, is the chair of that TCA's governing body. So at the time, I honestly thought that possibly came from that body, but apparently it was from the staff, not the decision-making body yet. For any public member that has suspicion that the council or the staff is shielding me, I guarantee you that's not the case. I think a council member already talked about it. The staff reported me and investigated. The council has spent many hours and possibly more for the staff to discuss this issue in multiple sessions. I felt I was put under microscope and harsh light for intensive scrutiny. But I made a mistake. I deserve it. Besides that, being educated by the city manager and the city attorney, the case was referred to DA, the Office for Potential Criminal Prosecution. I'm relieved that the DA's office decided to take no action on that. The case is closed. I think it's time for everyone to move forward. I have been ready to move forward with good faith beyond this point. And again, this is not to deny that I made a mistake and that I shouldn't take responsibility as a public official. A lot of trust is put on me as a public official. I have listened to you. I have apologized. I have reflected. And I will simply say this finally. There may be some people who want to make it personal, but that's their choice. And my choice is to keep serving the community and handle any challenge coming my way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen?
I'll say something. When we first looked at a remedy, we thought we weren't after Mr. We never have been. We wanted a sincere apology, and what we got were, as we got right now, excuses about why what he did isn't that bad. It wasn't meant to be damaging. It was damaging. It wasn't meant to be damaging. I believe him. I trust him. But when you have that responsibility to keep the confidence, you can't take those chances. And again, he was on the planning committee. I mean, to say that he wasn't in a closed session. The Brown Act is very clear. It's not about closed session. There's a whole series of rules. Anybody, and I know a lot of you have been on committees, you understand what the Brown Act is, and you understand your fiduciary duty. And he knows what his fiduciary duty is. It's beyond the Brown Act. As an elected official, you have a responsibility to keep the confidence of what happens in closed session. This is not something that you have to learn. This is something that you know when you get elected, that you're trained on by the city attorney. You're sent to I don't know, maybe you've gone to 3 or 4 different training sessions on it. You've been advised. And yet, after that, even after your apologies, you continue on 2 different occasions to attempt to violate the Brown Act. I think that's serious. I mean, I understand now you know that you have the apology. I accept, you know, I think the city would accept it. We're not trying to be personal. And you're suggesting that some of us I don't know who you're referring to, are trying to make this personal. We're not trying to make this personal. We're trying to protect the interests and the integrity of the process for the city, because this kind of thing can cause extraordinary damage. We deal with cases we don't talk about, but we deal with cases every day where a breach of duty could cost the city millions of dollars. And it may have happened in this case. I don't know. It may have cost us this project. We don't know. And we will try and get it back on course. We do know that for the year after this happened, that there's been very little progress made on this negotiation. The communications from the TCA just stopped. Now, you can say, they can say in an email it didn't affect us, but you look at the record and they're not communicated anymore. So I think there was some damage, and I think the only question that remains is what that penalty is, and how do we get Mr. Wu to acknowledge that there is a Brown Act, acknowledge there's a fiduciary duty, and to win the trust back of the city council.
Councilman Cabral, I just make a very brief clarification. When I said some made it personal, I was not referring to any people on the dais. There was some communication. Apparently, it's the aftermath of the contentious campaign. I was not referring to any people here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reminded about a former councilwoman's censure on here, and I'm glad I got my memory jogged there. And I'll tell you, I remember that. I think there was a lot about personalities when that happened. I think that was the biggest conflict on that. And I think this situation is actually more serious than opposed to what the former councilwoman might have done. Censorship is really a strong, and it's divisive. That situation really caused. I think that council was broken after that. I really do. They could never work again together after that. That's how serious it is. I don't want to do litigation on with Councilmember Wu. I don't think that that's appropriate. The only thing I can think of to maybe punctuate this, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe if we have further closed sessions with the TCA, maybe we should exclude Councilmember Wu for a while until we get this figured out. I don't think it's going to be that long of a time, but I think that would show you how serious this is. And I think
Councilmember, on this particular item, I will recuse myself. That's no doubt.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, that's the first real act of contrition I've seen, is the fact, really, I mean, that I really take seriously. I think for me, I think we move forward. I think the fact that Zen has offered that up, I think we just use that. And we might not even have any closed sessions about the TCA, but let's, at least until, let's say, the end of the year, that's what we'll do. And then there might not even be anything, and then we'll just move forward.
I will recuse this item forever because I don't need to be part of that decision-making, and I trust the rest of the council can make it.
Okay, that would be my recommendation to adjudicate this.
Is that a motion?
Wait, before we make any motion.
So that sort of action would be a formal censure action that would have to be noticed, but except for Councilmember Wu voluntarily undertaking it. So I suggest there be no motion if that's the resolve.
Okay, yeah, was that fair, Zen? We don't have to make a motion of censure. That you're just going to recuse yourself on TCA issues until the first of the year. Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I would accept that and withdraw any motion I was going to make.
Okay, well, the staff recommendation is appropriate action. Council members, do you?
I haven't heard from the rest of the city council, so.
No.
I will be satisfied with that recommendation there.
I do have something. I would add to that a friendly amendment that, in addition to that Mr. Wu take serious efforts to educate himself on the Brown Act and the rules regarding confidentiality and breach of fiduciary duty, and that he takes some kind of class voluntarily, not directed by the city council, so that he is aware of his responsibilities and duties.
I'd just like to, I know.
City Attorney, you've had conversations with Councilmember Wu during this process. Do you feel that he's been advised and understands the Brown Act and its consequences?
So that's an attorney-client communication.
Okay.
So I can't answer that, but as you can see from the district attorney's letter, the district attorney disclosed that action was taken to train Councilmember Wu.
At this point, with no other evidence, I feel confident that Zen's educated himself.
I also would like to thank City Clerk Laura. At the time, it was the Proposition 50, a draft resolution. I wasn't sure because I know I cannot send to council members. So I give it to Laura so she can put it on agenda. I asked her, can you send it out to other council member? And I'm open to any revision to make it better. Now, it could be if she did what I asked her to do and you replied to me, it could be a Brown Act violation. But she refused it, so she acted as a gatekeeper and stopped. And I immediately realized it's okay. Please disregard this. So for that, I want to thank the city staff for that.
Okay, well, I haven't weighed in. My only comments are this is a serious matter. I think Mr. Wu has been properly and publicly rebuked. I think he's shown, in my opinion, sufficient contrition to acknowledge the indiscretion and is voluntarily setting himself aside from these matters. So I'm satisfied that appropriate action has been taken. So council members, unless there's any additional specific recommendations, I'd recommend we wrap this matter up and move on to the next item, unless there are any additional comments. Hearing none, that'll end this matter, and we'll move on to the next item, which is item 10E as in Edward, a consideration of a resolution establishing water rate setting procedures under Proposition 218 in Government Code Sections 53,750 through 53,759.2 and 53,354.5 for property owner objections to proposed water fees. We have a staff report on this, or do we need one? Gentlemen, we've all seen the report, and
I'm okay with that. I'm prepared to make a motion to
Move the item.
move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll have a second.
motion made and seconded by Mr. Unmeyer, seconded by Mr. Cabral. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Matter passes. The next item is the consent calendar. Gentlemen, first of all, do we have any public requests for items?
We do. We have speaker cards for item 11A, 11D is in David, and 11E is in Edward.
Okay, do you have a motion on the remaining items? Or gentlemen, did you have any additional items you want to pull?
I'd like to pull item 11F.
F. Okay, any additional items, gentlemen? I'll make a motion, we approve the balance.
I'll second.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The matter passes. Let's pull item 11A. That was a request by,
Yes, we have a few speaker cards on item 11A, and that is the minutes of the city council meeting of September 16th.
Okay.
First
And-
speaker is Beverly Weisson. Is Beverly still here? Back. Followed by Kathy Ward.
Here we are again, 2 weeks later. All of you are in receipt of the letter generated by Beverly Palmer from Stromwasser and Mucher and the licensed acoustical engineer Deborah Jew from Wilson Erig. I would like to asked to pull the minutes on 8A and 8B. It's become clear from the case studies that have been cited in the letter that an EIR should have been done on the increased height on the hotel. There are cases that say if there is a 15-foot increase, even on a medical building, where there were no significant differences, such as a rooftop bar with 204 people, that an EIR was required. So there is case law on this, and I would move that this be removed immediately from the minutes and not be approved at this meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kathy Ward?
At the September 16th meeting, the council approved 8A and 8B, allowing the lodge at San Clemente to be constructed to 5 stories with rooftop dining. 11D on tonight's consent calendar is a second reading of the specific plan amendment, allowing the hotel to construct up to 62 feet in height, which was item 8A on September 16th. Item 8B modified the approval for the hotel to allow an open-air rooftop bar and restaurant. Do not approve the minutes of either 8A or 8B. An analysis has been provided to you, as mentioned before, by Beverly Palmer, who is a land use expert attorney at Stromwasser and Mucher, and an opinion from Deborah Zhu, a licensed acoustical engineer at Wilson Ihrig. The noise impacts of the outdoor venue of the hotel rooftop have never been studied. Do not finalize 8B in these minutes, but instead refer it back to the Planning Commission and the Design Review Committee. Get a noise study done so that the council knows the impact of what it is approving, and you can mitigate those impacts. The Marblehead community is already heavily impacted by noise from outdoor events at the outlets. Take an opportunity to fix the error of your September 16th actions and make an informed decision. That is what the residents of San Clemente expect of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay.
The next speakers are for item 11D as in
Well,
David.
let's handle 11A.
Oh, no more for 11A.
Yeah, do I have a motion on 11A?
I'll move to approve the minutes from 11A.
I'll second. Motion's made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the minutes are approved. Next item is 11D as in David.
Yes, we have 10 speakers on this item, so I will call the first several speakers. Lois McNichol, followed by David Monk, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Okay, I don't see
Lois
Lois
McNichol.
Nichols. She may have left.
Okay.
Who's the next speaker?
David Monk, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Beverly Wyson.
Thank you. David Monk, 2235 Avenida Platanar, the Marblehead Sub-Association. I believe that many valid and well-presented points have been made at least 3 council meetings, all of which have been totally ignored without any suitable response. Frankly, from my point of view, these meetings are a waste of time and simply go through the motions to meet the council's duty of a public opinion. One of your members, Victor Cabral, stated to me and several people after the meeting in June, he said, "I used to live on Marblehead, but the HOA planted trees ruining my view, so I moved. Anyway, your views are going to be ruined when they build a 5-story building on the church's lot." That member should recuse himself from voting on this issue, as his position could be viewed as retaliatory. Another member who should recuse himself is Mr. Knobloch, given his long history with the Craig Realty Group. Let us call this what it is. This hotel is all about revenue, revenue, revenue. It's not about the community and the people who have lived in San Clemente for many years. It's about estimated revenue for the city council and even more revenue for the Craig Realty Group. This is not going to be a 5-star or even a high-end hotel. Who wants to stay in a hotel situated between a fast food franchise, Chick-fil-A, with the smell of fried chicken in the air wafting over the hotel, and fanning half-empty outlets? And how are we actually doing about the stated $10,000 per day in sales tax revenue coming from the outlets? Wonder what that is right now. As for a landmark building, that's a joke. If you Google landmark buildings in San Clemente, you get the San Clemente Community Center, Casa Romantica, and its gardens, the casino, San Clemente downtown district. Not one mention of a Metrolux cinema at the outlets. By the way, Metrolux, the parent company, filed bankruptcy in Chapter 11. They've got $26.5 million in assets and $25.5 million in liabilities. Let's see what the revenue stream from that is. We ask you to vote on this project representing the interests of your constituents, not the Craig Realty Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Beverly Wyson, followed by Stan Wood.
Want to change that?
What's that?
We're on 11D, correct?
11D, correct.
Okay, sorry. I was like, oh, I got confused there for a little bit, sorry. I spoke last time this was on the agenda and strongly opposed, as the topic of conversation has been the TCA for some of the agenda items. If the TCA was going to put a toll route in, why would we ever agree to a traffic study that's 27 years old? That is ridiculous. You would have thousands of people objecting. You would have the grassroots movement here and all our representatives in opposition. I strongly oppose this because of the architectural aspects of it, and then in increasing the height of the whole, the height of the building. I'm concerned regarding the noise. I'm concerned about the traffic. Concerned regarding the safety of students crossing to go to Short Cliffs Middle School. It's been addressed before by, I think, a deputy district attorney that she came to speak when the city council meetings met down at the community center. I think this is very problematic, and unfortunately I did not submit a PowerPoint presentation regarding some pictures of how this would look like, and it is massive. Sorry, this is a black and white, but it is massive. And this is going to be very problematic. A former candidate that was here earlier left, but at the last city council meeting, he said, I could hear the waves from where he lives on Frontera. And he could even listen to the train passing by, and he lives on Frontera, across from the freeway. So there is a concern regarding the noise levels and what possible mitigation that is. And as I mentioned last time, I could hear the speedway that goes on Saturday mornings from Maxburg Park, closely where I live. And this is a major concern. And this was a concern regarding noise levels, regarding pickleball courts at San Luis Rey, and that's why they moved it to, the city council moved it to San Gregorio Park without any EIR and without any sound studies. And the sound studies were done after the fact, after a concerned resident and had spoken about that or brought that up. So I'm in strong opposition to this height, and this should be referred to the planning commission or the design review committee so they could evaluate these plans and see what they come up with. And if it's simple, then that will go through immediately. But I think we should follow the process of going to the planning commission, going through design review committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Beverly Wyson, followed by Stan Wood, followed by John Leone.
So the last time I stood here, I was the last speaker, and I told you I'd already sought counsel. Since that time, I've engaged counsel. You have counsel's letter. We've engaged a sound study engineer because you won't. It's clear from those documents that there are several CEQA violations. You haven't followed process. You're breaking the law left and right, and you've done it in the name of because we want to, because we can, because nobody's going to call us out on it. So I just want to say that Mayor Knobloch, you were on the other side of this at the outlets when citizens brought suit about the signs, and it cost the city a lot of money. We're going to end up in the same place again if you don't do the right thing. We are more than happy to continue to pursue this. We are not going to go down without a fight without you doing the proper noise study. There are so many CEQA violations, there is so much wrong with this process, and you just continue to do it and railroad through the process. And I promise you, there are several citizens here still tonight. You put this at the end of the agenda so that it would be challenging for us to stay around and put this all on the record. But these notes are in the record, and these attorneys are ready to go. But don't make us do this. Don't waste the council's money. Don't waste the citizens' money. Don't put San Clemente in a position where we're in another lawsuit. Just do the right thing. Do a sound study. Do an EIR that's updated that looks at 204 people on top of a roof. It's significantly different, and what the court will look at is would a reasonable person say that 204 people on top of a roof is different than a closed-in theater that emits no sound? That's going to be what the judge is going to look at. I have multiple attorneys who have given me the same answer. They're going to look at what's reasonable. Is it reasonable to ask for a new study? And 100% of them said, absolutely. So we're not going to get a Ritz or a Montage here. I really do hope we get a good project here, but it's not going to be 5 stars. The Dana Point Marriott is 4 stars. So anybody who's telling you, Mr. Enmeyer or Mr. Cabral, that you're getting 5-star hotel revenue, that's going to be what the transient occupancy tax is, they're not giving you a good study. So I would strongly encourage you to really look at what you're going to get from this, because I know what you're going to give up. And right now you're giving up voter confidence.
Speaker?
Dan Wood, followed by John Leone, followed by Bart DeCoro.
Good evening, gentlemen, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Stan Wood. I'm a resident of San Clemente. My wife and I moved to San Clemente 2.5 years ago. Spent most of our lives in Huntington Beach, but we love it here in San Clemente. In fact, I'll go as far as to say San Clemente is better than Huntington Beach. What do you think of that? And we love our quality of life. We love our home in Marblehead. And we have a beautiful view out the back of our home where we look over the outlet mall. It's beautiful to look at. And I love the idea of building a really nice hotel that complements that mall. It's a great idea, and we look forward to having something like that there. But what we oppose is raising the height and building an open-air 200-seat bar restaurant venue because of the noise problem. Now, over Labor Day weekend, just a few weeks ago, they had a live band playing out at the Jim Johnson Memorial Field, I think is what it's called. And from our living room, we could literally hear everything that was spoken over the microphone, over the PA system. When the crowds would cheer, we could hear the crowds cheer. I mean, literally, we had, I'd call it invasive noise that entire day. But, you know, it's Labor Day, right? Labor Day comes once a year, so no problem. Enjoy. But I'm thinking that if you've got a hotel with an open-air venue like that, you're talking about noise day and night, potentially all year long. So thinking about that, it's depressing. It's sad. I mean, my wife and I have actually discussed the possibility of having to sell our home and move someplace else. And I just think that's tragic. We don't want to do it. And I don't think you can guarantee that you're not going to have this noise situation. I really don't think that you've done your due diligence, if I may say, in making sure that the neighborhoods surrounding this hotel are being treated fairly. So I would encourage you to, like I said, love the idea of the hotel, but I would encourage you to maybe push the pause button on this and rethink it. There's a way to build this hotel, I think, where everybody gets what they would like to get and still respect the impact that it will have on the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
John Leone, followed by Bart DeCoro, followed by Catherine DeCoro.
Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is John Leone. I'm a resident at 2221 Cayucedra. I'm here along with my neighbors to express our concerns about the rooftop bar in the way that it's being proposed. I'm really here to go on record to really talk about the two principles of due process and principled investment decisions. The first is about not following just your fiduciary responsibilities and the legal requirements. Those are vital safeguards that ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. When we adhere to due process, we respect the rights of every individual, providing them with a fair opportunity to present their case, to be heard, and to receive unbiased consideration. The actions and procedural failures along the way to Ordinance 1795 prima facie violate these principles. Equally important are the principles that should guide our decisions: integrity, objectivity, and consistency. Good decision-making demands that we gather all relevant information, weigh evidence impartially, and consider the potential impacts of our choices. By doing so, we not only reach better outcomes, but also build trust with our citizens and communities. Based on what I've heard at the last council meeting and this evening's meeting, trust is one of the last words that I would use to describe the sentiment between my neighbors and the governing body before me. With all of the items on your docket, it can be tempting to take shortcuts. Furthermore, with support from competing interests, you may feel emboldened to forge ahead in spite of having all the evidence. However, it is precisely in these moments that adherence to due process and principle decision-making matters most. These values protect us from errors and ensure that our decisions withstand scrutiny both now and in the future. In the invocation, you ask the higher power to guide this committee with wisdom. Well, here's your chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bart DeCoro, followed by Catherine DeCoro, followed by Kathy Ward.
Good evening. I'm an old guy, and waiting 4.5 hours is kind of hard on me. I'm a Marblehead homeowner. I just found out about today's meeting from the neighbor. It seems to me the council is trying to quietly pass this project for the hotel developer, Steve Craig. Although San Clemente residents say over and over again, no, 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 to this terrible project, the council, ignoring us, says over and over again, yes, 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 to this terrible project. The council does not listen to us. It appears to me there is a mantra swirling around in the minds of the council. The mantra is, Steve Craig must have his open-air bar. The project will ruin parts of Marblehead. Who cares? Steve Craig must have his open-air bar. Competition from this bar will put other restaurants out of business, while the noise will without doubt lower home values. Of course, this doesn't matter to council members whose homes are not affected by the project. In future, when someone looking for a home in San Clemente asks a resident, what areas are there to avoid? And the resident will say, you have to avoid Marblehead. The noise is just terrible. As someone just said before, he's thinking about moving. All this will mean lower tax collected for the city. Again, this project means lower tax revenues for the city, not more tax revenues. Lower tax revenues, not more tax revenues. Well, who cares about loss of tax revenue? Steve Craig must have his open-air bar. Lawsuits are absolutely guaranteed to follow, costing many hundreds of thousands of dollars, as happened in the past with the signage issue. You will be using San Clemente residents' tax money to fight San Clemente taxpayers. So what? What does matter? As long as that matter is Steve Craig must have his open-air bar. An enclosed fourth-floor bar can provide good views while at the same time protecting patrons from inclement weather. This will never be a premier hotel, as someone had mentioned. It will be located in a failing mall next to a Chick-fil-A. But at least hotel patrons will have a very short walk to a good fast food chicken restaurant. Why bring up obvious facts? Facts really don't matter. Facts are irrelevant. Don't bother us with facts. Our minds are already made up. All that matters is Steve Craig must have his open-air bar. The council is supposed to serve the interests of its residents. You certainly are not doing that. You may simply the interests of the developer, Steve Craig. Residents know you're serving Steve Craig must have his open-air bar.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Catherine DeCoro, followed by Kathy Ward, followed by Crystal Stowe.
Hello, I'm a resident of San Clemente in the Marblehead, and one issue I don't think that has been brought up, so we know about the height of the hotel is going to block the ocean views of residents. We know the noise of an outdoor bar that's going to go late. Noise is going to go late into the night. That's going to also disrupt residents. But one thing I really don't think that makes too much sense is what attraction, why would people come to this hotel? There should be a reason that people come to visit it. It attracts people. That's why you build a hotel. So there should be an attraction already in place. Great, we have an outlet mall. Well, it's a very struggling outlet mall. So people want to come to San Clemente, oh, there's the ocean. But when thinking about people want to go visit the beach, visit the ocean, why wouldn't they stay at a hotel or an Airbnb next to the ocean? So it's just the setting and the size of this project doesn't seem to make that much sense. It'd be great if we could have a five-star hotel in San Clemente. It'd be great if the outlet mall was super successful and was busy all the time and the parking lot was full. But that's not the case here. It seems like the plan is to build this huge hotel which will bring people in. Shouldn't there already be an attraction to this space, to this area, before the hotel? There's a very successful hotel in San Juan Capistrano that fits with the surrounding area. It's a gorgeous Spanish architecture. It's also right next to the freeway. It's a gorgeous 3-story hotel with an indoor bar and an indoor restaurant and just a small courtyard on the outside. But people wanted to go to San Juan Capistrano before that hotel was built. The outlet mall is not bringing in people. So why would someone want to stay in a hotel next to that outlet mall? It just doesn't seem to make much business sense. It would make a lot more sense if we did something like San Juan Capistrano does and build a hotel that fits with the community. That would bring in some people, at least. So thank you for your time. I just disagree with this proposal.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kathy Ward, followed by Crystal Stowe.
The approval of the specific plan amendment violates the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The letter from Beverly Palmer, land use attorney from Strom, Wasser, and Wutcher, explains that the addendum the city relied on is inadequate. First, there is no analysis of the noise impacts of an outdoor bar and restaurant. The addendum contends that the noise impacts would be the same as the impact of increased height of the theater. That conclusion flies in the face of logic and the facts. Nowhere is the noise impact of over 200 diners conversing on an elevated rooftop discussed. That's not even considering the addition of music. Music is a highly foreseeable addition to the outdoor restaurant. CEQA requires an analysis of the reasonably foreseeable impacts of the proposed actions. CEQA forbids segmenting the environmental analysis of proposed actions. If a outdoor rooftop bar and restaurant is proposed, it is reasonably foreseeable that the amplified music will be requested. It was therefore required that the city have analyzed the full potential noise impacts for the rooftop restaurant and bar. Only with full information about the potential impacts can the city really determine what the mitigation measures are that are necessary. Right now, there are no relevant binding mitigation measures addressing the outdoor dining noise. If the city proceeds with the approval of the specific plan amendment, it faces the risk of litigation just like it did when the city approved the large signs for the outlets. The answer to this problem is simple. Study the noise impacts and propose genuine mitigation for those impacts. The purpose of CEQA is to disclose all impacts before projects are approved. Do it now and correctly, and everyone benefits. You are missing a gigantic opportunity to make sure you have the right development and the noise is mitigated. These people and all of Marlborough have been writing you for years to tell you about the outdoor noise of the outlet mall, and you have done nothing. It shows that the freeway does not stop the noise that comes from the outdoor activities. This rooftop has not been studied, and you are being negligent. You were told that this is the Sixth Amendment, and there's been 5 amendments already, so what's the big deal? Those 5 amendments didn't change the buildings of the outlet mall. The hotel was moved. All they did was add the housing, the trails, all of that. Those were the amendments to the addendum to the EIR. So you being led to just do this, you are the first and only council who has done this to a master planned regional commercial center. And Rick, you even mentioned this is just a rooftop deck with some tables and chairs. That's all it is. It's not 5-star. You actually said it, and you don't even realize what you said. That is the truth.
Next speaker.
Crystal Stowe? That's the final speaker.
Please pull item 11D from the consent calendar. 11D is an amendment to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan to permit a height of 62 feet for the hotel. The express purpose of the specific plan amendment is to allow the hotel to create an outdoor dining and bar area on the hotel roof. But there has never been any study of the noise impacts of an outdoor events at the outlet. The city is well aware that residents in Marblehead have been impacted by noise from outdoor events, including Cars and Coffee, and other special events like Circus Varga, the Pumpkin Patch, and the Christmas Tree Farm. Residents stated that the Cars and Coffee can be heard inside and outside their homes when they are over 2,300 feet away, and that noise is constant Saturday from 8 in the morning until 12. Circus Vargas and the outdoor church service are audible even inside homes. With the windows closed, the nearby sports park noise is also highly audible. Residents have a good reason to be concerned about adding another outdoor noise source, and this one would operate 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Because there has never been a noise analysis of outdoor events, residents were forced to hire our own expert, Deborah Zhu, an acoustical engineer with Wilson Heirig. Ms. Zhu concluded that it is very likely that noise from these already approved special events is violating the noise ordinance. Most importantly, she concluded that the noise from the rooftop bar and restaurant would likely violate the noise ordinance at these locations. The noise levels from conversations alone are sufficient to violate the noise ordinance limit. And with any music or amplification, the noise ordinance limits will be exceeded at all of the locations Ms. Zhu analyzed. You can see her analysis for yourself on page 10 of her letter. We need a real noise study based on comprehensive modeling. And that study needs to examine the impact of all potential noise sources at the rooftop restaurant and bar, including amplified music. Do not approve the specific plan amendment until you can say there is information on the impact of a rooftop outdoor entertainment venue and any adverse impacts have been mitigated.
Further speakers? No? Okay. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure on 11D? Question for staff?
Well, not a question. I was going to pull this, but I saw that it got
It was pulled.
legitimately pulled. But I am going to ask for a future agenda item regarding this when we come to future agenda items. I just wanted to give you the heads up, but I didn't pull the item.
Just reiterate from our last time, staff Is there any, right now, any plans to have amplified sound on the rooftop bar?
They have not indicated that to us, and it's not part of the application.
Great.
So they would have to apply for that and go through the process.
Yeah, and so we can make, we can make, from the council dais, we can make stipulations that there will not be amplified sound when we do, sorry, I'm blanking on the conditional use permit.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. In terms of the EIR, at this point, the staff has come back and said that they are confident that the EIR has, is at a adequate level right now, or not even adequate, but that it goes
Legally
along with the
compliant.
conditions, is compliant.
Yeah, that wasn't a determination of staff. That was a determination of a third party that did an analysis of it. That was their finding.
Great.
Do you have confidence in that third party's opinion?
Yes.
Gentlemen, any other comments on this item?
Yes. I think a rooftop bar is a very good experience. I've been on a few of them. Palm Spring has one. I think it's a Kempton Hotel. What they did is they enclosed the middle portion of it, and then they have open deck on the perimeter. I do hear the comments from the residents. I think it's always my desire that this needs to be done right. And I also think that procedural fairness is very important. Given that new information we received, my inclination is that we continue, we just give us just a little bit of time, continue to maybe the first meeting of November. That would allow us to review those claims with our experts.
Okay, any other comments? I'll entertain a motion if there is one.
I'll make the motion to approve item 11D. Do I need to read it in full?
We can just say adopt ordinance number
Do you want to read
1795.
that before we go for a second?
Sure, I'll read the title.
Go ahead.
Adopt ordinance number 1795 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, certifying addendum number 6 to the final environmental impact report for the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, SCH number 5091037, pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving zoning amendment ZA 25-362 to amend section 502 VD of the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan to allow a hotel with the same height exception granted to the theater for a maximum building height of 55 feet to the plate line and 62 feet to the top of the roof or highest projection.
I will second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
I make a substitute motion that we continue this item to the first meeting of November. To allow the staff to review the new information we received.
What new information?
There was explicit legal threat. With their expert, so potentially it could be a battle of experts. We don't know how valid those claims are, and I'd like to be prudent and have the staff to maybe have our expert to take a look at them.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, I will say I'm going to agendize something when it comes to new agenda that might address your issue. I'm just saying that.
Okay, the motion fails for a second. Let's go back to the original motion to approve the ordinance 1795 as read by the city clerk. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm a no.
It's 4-1 with Mr. Wu voting no. Thank you very much. The next item is 11E as in Edward.
And we do have one speaker on that. Mayor, would you like to hear that
Was
speaker?
was that pulled by our city council, or was that a request to speak by the
It was
community?
a request to speak.
Okay, let's hear the public speaker on item 11E.
Amanda Quintanilla?
Hi, I was able to speak with Director Samantha Wiley regarding the consideration of the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission work plan. And I have just two concerns. One regarding the partnership with the North Beach Community Association. And I don't want to speak on Ms. Wiley's behalf, but there are some questions regarding that. What kind of partnership do they want to have? And they have been, North Beach Community Association has been very vocal and have, if there's any issue regarding any concerns regarding public safety at North Beach, they have voiced their concerns adequately. They have a strong voice, and other people like me and other residents have come and to speak on those issues. The other one is about the work plan regarding the sand, and it's very vague. And so I think that needs to be fine-tuned a little bit. I mean, it's just too general, having a sand policy. And I read it briefly, but it's just too vague. And so I would have liked to have Ms. Wiley opine on the North Beach Community Association partnership, as well as the sand issues, or the sand policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No.
Okay, we have a motion on item 11E.
I'd move the item.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Kroll, seconded by Mr. Enmeyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. Item 11F.
Yeah,
The next item.
I distributed I took a look at the recommendations, met with staff on the golf course agenda. I have a substitute that I think has been distributed. Was it distributed, Madam Clerk? Or
No.
no?
Just-
Okay.
No, sorry.
All right, I'll read it then. I think everything with the plan is sufficient, except the new plan would be golf course master plan update, revision of the course scorecards, which they recommend, review of green fees, review of the annual tournament calendar for 2026. And the other change I would make is review and recommend the city council policy for private cart use on the course. This is separate from the fees and will better regulate the types of carts permitted and the requirements that we should impose, i.e. insurance, risk transfer, mitigation. And those are the things I think that will help us as a city council in getting the best advice and the best use of this committee.
So you're specifically asking the additional item dealing with the golf carts? Could you
Yes.
clarify that?
Yes, and removal of the current pro shop operation, since we're going to have another committee looking at that, staff looking at that.
So you're eliminating the forum for a pro shop operations committee and adding a discussion of the golf carts?
Yes.
Or analysis of the golf carts?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is, that completes the consent calendar. Oral communications, part 2. Do we have any requests for public comments?
We do. Tony Rubolino?
I'm sorry, who was the first?
Look who's back.
Okay, who's the first speaker? Tony Rubolino. Okay, Tony.
All right, Council, you remember last time I was here, we talked about the terribly tragic Charlie Kirk situation and the left's rhetoric and how that contributed to a really just horrible situation. And in one of my comments, I had referenced Mark Onmeyer, who had posed with his daughter and had a sign in his daughter's hand that said, "Trump's budget starves children." Now, Mark immediately took to the comments after I spoke and actually critiqued what I had said, and to take his quote, he said, "That's not what I said. It takes away money from veterans, not children." So I had to actually double check and see, did I look at that incorrectly? Did I offer the wrong information in a public forum? No. Actually, I was right. And I would actually like to submit, I've got pictures here, I'd like to go ahead and offer that on the record so that you can all review. And this is a shot of the video that was taken. So currently, as it stands, we have a sitting council member, the Mayor Pro Tem, Mark Onmeyer, who has branded me, a San Clemente resident, as a liar to the community and in front of this council. That is basically where we have left off on the record. So Mark, I'm asking for you to correct the record and apologize on the record that I am not a liar, that I was right and you were wrong. Then later in that same video, Mark goes and he made some really interesting comments I'd like to share with you.
That a democracy lasts for another 250 years, that we're not going to let a tyrant take it over. And I'm here supporting everyone else, that we're all in this together. And even though it's a holiday, this is what's most important. And we have to be making sure that we are continuing the struggle to keep our democracy alive.
And tell us your name and your day job.
My name is Mark Inmeyer. My day job is a teacher. My side job, my part-time job, is the Mayor Pro Tem of San Clemente.
Tyrant? Mark, tyrant? You're, now, okay, free speech, right? But now we've got a sitting council member referencing the President of the United States of America as a tyrant. Now, hold on, let's check out Wikipedia's definition of tyrant. A tyrant is an absolute ruler in the modern English usage of the word who is unrestrained by law. And the examples given of a tyrant include such historical figures as Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, and Benito Mussolini. Now, I think this council needs to take into the fact that Mark is identifying himself and labeling POTUS as a tyrant. I think that involves some correction. Mark, I'm waiting for your apology. Any minute would be much approved and taken care of. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
May I address those? But before I address, I would just wonder, am I going to be interrupted when I address these comments?
Depends on what you say.
Well, I think that
Depends on
it
what you say.
shouldn't matter what I'm saying. I'm a member of this council, and I should be able to have the right to speak to what I want unless you're going to interrupt me. Are you going to interrupt me on addressing the comments?
I may, depending on your comments.
So I would ask my fellow council members that when the mayor interrupts me on my comments, that you would actually back me up and say that this is my chance to talk to
This is your chance, go right ahead. And you're not going to get a pledge out of me. I'm running the meeting.
I'm not asking a pledge out of you. I'm asking you not to interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Based on appropriate conduct at the appropriate
Last
time.
time you
and
interrupted me when I
appropriate-
tried to speak, and it's unfortunate because you're taking away my freedom of speech.
Don't shift your concern about what was said about you to me. It's your time to talk, go right ahead.
Yes, but whenever I talk, you interrupt me.
Go right
So my question is, are you going to interrupt me when I begin to talk?
Point of order. Both Adjers say it'll be over quick. Mark's going to talk for a minute.
But don't ask the chairman of this committee for a pledge to do anything other than appropriate action. It's your time to speak. Speak.
Great. I'd appreciate you not interrupting me when I do. All right. So in reference to the to the picture here, what is hard to see is that the picture I am holding, not my daughter, the picture I am holding is the one talking about veterans. So no, I was not wrong on that. I did not realize the picture that my daughter was holding, which, by the way, I am happy that my daughter was with me. And it's unfortunate, so unfortunate, that you would say things such as that we are doing radical indoctrination. When you use words like that about my daughter. It's one thing, come after me, all you want, that's fine. But man, how cowardly to go after my daughter in such a way. It's just sad. In terms of the other things I said, I back them 100%, and you don't get to interrupt me while I'm talking. You do not get to interrupt me when I am talking. You do not get to interrupt me when I'm talking.
I'm chairing the meeting.
Thank you.
You be quiet until I put this meeting in order. Thank you. Go right ahead.
In terms of the other things I've said on that video, I do not back down on them. I believe them. And if you look at the definitions of what a tyrant is, while he may not be a tyrant yet, I will back them that that is what he is planning to be. So if you want to go after me for that, by all means, go for it. That's all.
Thank you. Amazing. Any other public comments?
Yes, two more public comments. Michelle Brooks, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Thank you for having me back, Council. Sorry, I had to run home and help my daughter study for an algebra test. So I appreciate you guys trying to figure out if you could read my comment. I really appreciate you guys trying. And, but that's okay. This way I get to talk about a couple things. I did want to say really quick that I'm a little embarrassed to hear we're still paying our maintenance workers that do a beautiful job at the golf course minimum wage after they've been with us for 10 years. So maybe we could examine that and do something about those wonderful maintenance workers. Second, sounds like everybody is not thrilled on the outlets, of course. Anyway, maybe somebody could talk to Steve Craig about maybe he could match the vibe with his new upscale hotel and somehow make the outlets not an outlet, maybe more like a fashion island or something upscale to match our community, which he doesn't live in. Maybe we could let him know the vibe here. Anyway, I really wanted to talk on 10D on Councilman Wu, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, so if you can just humor me for a tiny minute. I did appreciate Tony bringing up the censuring, because that was my exact thought, was we did this before, and as Rick said, it did kind of spiral the council. It was a huge deal. I mean, I remember it. But at the same time, breaking closed session is a huge deal. I, like Tony, am close with a lot of council members. I have never heard anything that goes on during closed session. And what really bothers me about this is that, Councilman Wu, you have held other people to such a high standard, and now just because you're an elected official, you should actually know even more because you went through trainings and then did this. And all we're going to say is, okay, you can sit out the vote of TCA. Maybe you wanted to sit out the vote of TCA. Are you still going to be part of the closed discussions? And who is going to make sure that you don't then take that information that's said in there and discuss with TCA again? I don't care if you sit out the vote. That doesn't matter to me. I don't want information disclosed to people that may be working against us when you're supposed to be working for us. I just want to remind everybody that during your campaign, you sued your opponent, Sarah Schneider, for $10,000, if I'm not mistaken, because she wrote educator instead of librarian or something, which maybe was a mistake. Is my time up? Oh, which maybe was a mistake. I don't know. I'm not going to claim to speak that, but I am not a litigious person. As soon as you sue somebody, you lose my respect. You sued her when she was merely a candidate, never been involved in politics. Now you're actually an elected official, and we're holding your feet to the fire. And I don't know, if council's satisfied, I'm satisfied, but I don't know how we ensure that this actually truly doesn't happen again, because that kind of broke my trust. And then you're going and you're asking for emails of all your councilmen, or how many councilmen? Because I agree, that would also be a Brown Act violation, right? If you asked for Victor's and one more person's emails, that's a Brown Act violation. I don't know. We're going to watch.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, can I have a few seconds?
And I promise not to interrupt you if you stay on track. Go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle. You have good points. I want to clarify that the recusal is that I'm not going to be in those meetings, not just not voting. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and as far as the other things you mentioned from previous campaign, that has been settled by the court. So that.
Apologize to her, though. I think you should apologize to her.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is another speaker?
Donna
Right ahead,
Vadrine.
Donna.
Last speaker, Donna, how about that?
Good evening. I would like to end this evening on a positive note, sharing with you why local governance matters. This is a speech that I gave earlier this evening at a community meeting. When we talk about government, we often think of what's happening in Washington or Sacramento. But local governance, right here in San Clemente, is where the decisions that touch our daily lives truly begin. Think about it. Save our beaches, protecting the coastline, who defines who we are. Save our hospital, ensuring that emergency care remains local and accessible. Goats, making San Clemente safer. Yes, goats. They help with fire prevention by clearing our open spaces. The 2028 Summer Olympics will feature surfing right here in San Clemente. How exciting is that? Tree City USA, an updated climate plan, reminds us that environmental stewardship is part of our identity. These are the kind of issues that make our community safer, healthier, and richer in quality of life. Local governance brings communities together. It gives each of us the chance to have our voices heard, and that's powerful. Get to know your city council and city staff. They work for you. And remember, we have local elections every 2 years. In 2026, we'll elect a new governor, a member of Congress, and right here in San Clemente, 2 city council members and a mayor. Later this month, I'll be launching my campaign for San Clemente City Council. So why am I running? Because my life has been about service to others. I want to serve, honor, and respect the people who call San Clemente home. I care deeply about environmental stewardship, clean energy choices, protecting and replenishing our beaches, safely removing nuclear waste at San Onofre, planting trees, and reducing carbon emissions. In the next 4 years, our city will be working with state and federal partners on these critical issues. And I want to have a seat at the table with a vote to advocate for a healthier, sustainable world for future generations. I believe in community-centered leadership, listening, respecting, finding consensus, and taking responsible action. Let's travel this road together and build a stronger, safer, and more sustainable San Clemente for all of us. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. No additional speakers, Madam Clerk? No. Okay. Next item is future agenda items. Rick, I think you suggested you were going to have one?
I do. And this is not the first time I brought this up, and I think if maybe it would have been more well-received, maybe we would be in better shape than we are now. I'm going to read this, so I don't want to be violating any Brown Act, so that's how I'm going to read this. I would like to agendize a resolution to refer the lodge application to the Design and Review Subcommittee for recommendations regarding lighting and noising elements under San Clemente Municipal Code Section 17.12.025B.
I'll second.
I'd love to get a third for a staff report.
A third.
Okay, I've got 2/3. Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
We have that on the agenda for our next meeting. Next meeting?
Will that be enough time? I think we should do it next meeting.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us?
No, it's just a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Thank you.
No, it's not.
She's smiling. It must be. It must be.
She's been drinking.
It's the city manager.
Yeah, there's one contract tonight with Michael K. Noonley and Associates providing for the Reeves hydraulic surge analysis in the amount of $45,560.
Thank goodness.
Surge analysis for?
Hydraulic surge analysis to me sounds like something in the water department, but I don't see Dave here.
It's not an ocean surge, it's a water line surge issue.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, anything else you want to add?
I just want to see if we could adjourn today in recognition of what happened 2 years ago on October 7th, 2023, where Hamas launched a deadly attack on Israel and killed more than 1,200 people and led to the abduction of 250 others, and hope that this gets resolved as quickly as possible and bring an end to this war.
Thank you. I think we're all honored to do that. Do you want to include a motion to adjourn to the next meeting?
And I will move to adjourn to the next meeting on, Madam Clerk.
October 21.
October 21.
October 21st, closed session will begin at 4:30 PM and the regular business meeting will begin at 5:30 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
And I'll second that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This meeting's adjourned.